Hello again, Struckwap, and welcome back. Another evening of streaming, another evening of trying to get some unique items that I've never seen in Wolcen. The struggle is real. Some of the uniques just don't want to drop. So let's see if today is the day we get some of them. I will be starting again with just some basic adept runs, because I know it doesn't have to be some high difficulty run to get the good stuff, so we'll see. We'll see if we're lucky today. In the meantime, just checking if all my streams are running. 1 running, 2 running, 3 running. Just confirming here. And yeah, I will be testing stuff, and as the tradition is, at the start I will be showing you some update regarding what was posted on the official Discord in regards to teasing new stuff. And the new stuff that will be teased today is a version of Arrow's Whale. So they teased a new version of Arrow's Whale, and this new version will be shown to you in just a moment. I'm just gonna go ahead and launch my preview. So where was it? Here. There we go. Now I should be able to show it to you. I just needed to save it first. So it's an Arrow's Whale preview. I think you're seeing it now. If you're not, then I need to... Yeah, there we go. You're seeing it. I'm not sure why it's not zooming it in, but maybe that's the maximum zoom. Let me see. Zoom 100%. Well, that's 100%, but if I try to fit it... Oops, that's a different one. So this one, I can try and zoom, but it gets blurry when I zoom. But look at that, it's pretty nice. So we have the Ghost Archers, similar to how Ghost Archers can shoot in String of Screarion. You can have the Ghost Archers shooting 2 little circles around the big circle, next to the big circle. So it's pretty interesting, pretty fun, and it's gonna give you some more coverage. Alright, enough of this. Let's dig into the gameplay. I'm gonna show this one later today for people who might be interested. And yeah, let's go. Just checking my sound, everything. Do I have anything for sale? I've got stuff that I need to get rid of, like this one. And damn, I'm gonna need to make new characters when the game launches. I'm definitely gonna need mules for different classes when the game is launched, because I won't be able to hold all of this in all the stashes. I know we're gonna have 5 or more. Was it 6 stashes when the game launches? I can't remember the exact number, but I know we're gonna be having more stashes than what we have right now when the game is launched, and this is fine. This is fine and all. Alright, let's start off with maybe Veteran 1. Easy enough. Let's try this one to see how much my damage would be reduced with this one. This one would be better for bosses where I need more ticks. If I don't one-shot them with Warpath. Yeah, anyone who might wanna be interested in teaming up, let me know. We can group up, we can help you farm some items, you can help me farm some items. And yeah, I can even let you have some of the gear I don't need. Most of it would be gone anyways soon, so I'd rather share it while I can. And let you play some different setups. Oh, was that Sargoneris? Okay, not a bad one. Might be better than the ones I've got. Let's check. So I've got 50% and 48% attack speed ones with 3848. This one is 59. A lot more toxic damage than the ones I've got. Well, not a lot more, but one more toxic damage. The attack speed is much lower on this one, so that would be good for things that wouldn't need that much attack speed. The agility is not too bad. The toxic resistance is pretty solid though. 31 toxic resistance is amazing. It's not toxic resistance, but toxic resistance score. So there's that as well. So yeah, that's a good one. Probably might keep it for now and decide whether which one I would get rid of. Okay. Maybe it's down? Yeah, it's down. Oh, and I need to equip my O'Malley Wiki belt. Keep forgetting about that every now and then. Okay, let's go deeper and deeper. Wondering if it's... no, it's not this way for sure. This is the dead end. Is this speed? No, I'm not gonna take it if it's not speed. I still have no idea how the damage scaling works for Warpath. If anyone has figured out how Warpath ends up dealing so much damage, whether it's based on distance traveled or on movement speed or whatever, I would love to know this. Sometimes it doesn't do that much, sometimes it does more, with the exact same amount of rage, exact same of buffs on me. So something, it's either a glitched skill or there's something on the back end that we don't know about in regards to how the damage for this skill works. Hopefully today will be the day when we get some of those items I've been trying to get. It would be nice if the developers would just push a small hotfix to increase the wood quality before the game launches the next few days, so people can experiment freely. The wood is getting deleted anyway, so I don't see a reason why not to do that. Okay, we got the movement speed finally, so I'm gonna try and rush to the boss. Well, extra damage wouldn't hurt. Alright, this one's done. Next. This one was kind of quick thanks to this movement speed increase. Oh, a chest and an extra modifier. And it's a good modifier, just giving them some HP, nothing too annoying to deal with. Another Sagarneris. Second for the day. 2 uniques, 2 out of 2 being this one today. This one 3 to 7, so it's weaker than the ones I've got. And legendary. First one of the day. Dual socketed. Oh no, never mind. For a second I didn't see the sacred and I was, so is that a purely physical weapon? Because if it was purely physical with this skill, what was the name of the skill? I keep forgetting the name. Warmonger, Gods Amongst Men. With Gods Amongst Men, if you find a pistol with everything, all the material damage increased, it would be amazing. But currently this is not just material pistol. Warmonger does wonders for an ailment physical build as well. Like if you're doing rent and toxic ailments, Warmonger is your best friend if you're only stacking material damage. But if you're doing only rent and toxic, you won't be able to get many buffs from Immortal Offering, so there's that as well. You would only be able to get what's its name? You're only gonna be able to get those three, the rent and toxic, and maybe from some skills like this we would be able to get weakness stacks, but that's kind of it. I wanna test a bleeding warrior. I'm gonna have to test it today maybe. A bleeding damage based warrior. And this can bleed, so it's gonna be fun. Alright, this chest. Please give me something good, chest. Be good to us, chest. It wasn't good to us. But it's only a white chest anyways. But yeah, at the moment the good ailment setups are for a mage. But I can still see a rogue with bleeding and toxic being pretty strong as well. see what build we'll be able to make today. If I try and make a warrior bleeding warrior. Still think it won't be strong enough. Especially without a trio belt. I really want that trio belt, but it just doesn't want to drop. Okay, next here. Okay, moving on. I'm doing those quickly today. Luckily for me. Just the map layout and the monster replacement is pretty nice. Go well for a quicker run. Now there's a split. Which way do I go? I'm gonna go this way. And that split. I also want to try a elemental build, but I don't have enough elemental damage items. But I want to try the fire and ice setup, maybe it would be fun. This way. The way to out DPS, to out damage and out heal the spin to win enemies is if I get this wife leech and this wife leech, and it would definitely be better if we have this one, so we can apply the ticks more often, so we can apply the wife leech more often. I'm only using it now because I want to do some spin to win on the bosses. Normally I don't use it because normally most stuff dies quickly, but I want to try and do some spin to winning on the bosses on this difficulty because it's easy. And bosses and elites. And the boss is ready to be killed now. He's just waiting his murder. Oh, shit. It did not work out how I wanted it. Let's pull out. No, fuck. This skill is so annoying sometimes. Like you can see it creates a blue circle where my cursor is, and that's the ending destination of the skill. Look. Fuck. Come on. Finally it doesn't create this blue circle. But yeah, it's glitched. So if I were to more health, so far 2 modifiers with 20% health for the enemy siege. Oh, and did I forget? Oh, I forgot to add map modifiers. Alright, and I've still been getting good. So if I were to have my cursor there, normally it would create a a blue thing, a blue circle, and then that's where it ends. See this blue circle that appeared. That's normally how it works without us having this one. So when we have this one, this should be eliminated as a mechanic of the skill. And that's the bug, that's the whole bug of the skill. One of the bugs of the skill is that this mechanic still exists, even with the prolonged thingy. So the game is not counting our holding of the button. It's counting it as a single press of the button rather than continuously holding it, and this is what causes this to happen. So again, it counted it as if I pressed it one time. Let's try pressing one time. Yeah, that's it. That's what happens when you press it once. It works like this. So the game just doesn't count the continuous holding. It's probably not as sensitive to the holding as it should be, and it's not just me who's been complaining about this. I've had viewers telling me that's how it works for them. So this was me holding, but it counted it as not. Let's try and just click it once. This is just me pressing the button once. I'm wondering if I keep it on my left mouse whether it would happen as well. Let's try it. Let's try using this here and this here. Maybe that would work better for the continuous holding part. Maybe if it's on my mouse, it would be easier to detect the continuous holding compared on my keyboard. So, testing if we can cheese the bug and bypass the bug. So far I've not seen it glitching while I'm using the mouse instead of the keyboard to activate Warpath. I really don't like having to do that, but if it gets rid of an annoying bug, then I'm gonna do it. Yeah, it works so far every time I try to hold the button. Alright, let's go. Yeah, it didn't glitch out, I just hit a wall. That's pretty nice. So I found a way to bypass one annoying bug. It works pretty well. If only I didn't forget to roll map modifiers, I would have had like 200 and something wood quality already. Oh shit, I was pressing number 3 and I wanted to use Warpath. Changing my hotkeys ends up in me, yeah, pressing the wrong buttons due to muscle memory. I'm gonna have to get used to it though. Normally I do my mobility skills on number 3 or spacebar. But since spacebar already has a dodge row in this game, which is again movement, I'm gonna be using both. I think the bug just happened with the right mouse button instead of the keyboard being used, but it's happening way less. Way less. Now I was trying to hold left mouse for Blade Storm when it was not there anymore. Right mouse, I mean. And now the bug happened. Not counting the continuous holding. So the boss arena has been found, but it's too early. Ah, come on. Yeah, still not used to those hotkeys. It's taking its toll on me. At least he dropped something, maybe a good one. Yeah, definitely a good one. So attacks whitening, no. Oh, it's whitening damage to both attacks and spells. And see, if this one had 29 elemental damage, it would have been perfect for elemental whitening stuff. But no, it isn't. Oh, movement speed. Yeah, perfect. Just what I wanted. Now we can go to the boss fight. Ah, shit, this didn't work. And this denial. Oh, we're done with this. Which one's the most expensive? 430, 441. Not expecting anything amazing to drop. Now, do I wanna try, as I said, to try the toxic and bleeding build? The toxic and bleeding build might be fun to try for a spin to win. If I'm gonna be doing toxic and bleeding, I'm still gonna keep the rage stuff. I'm not gonna get this ailment damage. Which one is stronger? Let's see. This one goes back here. Edict. I've got so many of that because it's already over the top with this. 50, 55, 50. So the 55 I'm keeping. Let's check the 250s. 18, 50, 21, 50. 31, 31, 30, 31. 25, 20, 25, 17. Yeah, this one. The other two are for grabs. If you want a good dagger like this, let me know. It's yours. And you can get two of them, so enjoy it. So if I want bleeding setup, I'm not gonna go for an agony chest because I just want the rage based damage and it's gonna be better.
Howdy.
Howdy Tuxie Tux, you're coming right on time for the theory craft. I'm gonna be testing some bleeding setup maybe. That means do I have boots with more material damage? I probably don't. Probably don't have boots with more material
Nice.
damage, but I do have things I can use. Let's try the theory crafting part. C, reset. So I'm probably gonna grab this, because why the hell not? And
BTW, what do you think? On release it is possible to build Bladestorm with bleed?
maybe we'll see. I mean, you saw that skill that when you cast it, it gives you for a few seconds some bleeding, and I think this combined with Bladestorm would be fun. I'm gonna be actually trying this right now, if I can do Bladestorm with bleeding. Or with toxic or whatever, just applying ailments with...
Yeah.
Because it says more likely to apply ailments. So I don't see why not. Poison chance 24.8. And if I were to do this, poison chance 30.5. And if I do this, no,
They crit when they
cancel.
bleed.
You can crit if you take this one here. This one can get you to crit, but I'm not sure if it's worth grabbing that. Currently I want something like this to test it, to see if Immortal Offering can give me that extra damage. Now let's see how to connect those. I'm just looking for the most optimal way to connect them. Okay. Now, do I get the extra crit chance? Do I get the critting damage over time? The critting damage over time is impossible to get with this setup now. So I've got 1 point. Probably extra status ailment. Or do I want this ailment damage Ailment damage, ailment damage. I already can't get all of them. So it might be a hybrid, not all-in on the ailment. Probably not all-in on the ailment, and just kind of like a mixture probably is what I'm gonna go for. Let's check this one out then. So it's gonna be more of a toxic setup rather than a bleeding, this one. I'm gonna test with bleeding later. For now I wanna try that one. See how it works. I'm gonna test with Sargraneris and then I'm gonna test without it. And here it should be material, material, material. Okay, let's try it. Let's do this. Let's do it like that.
Bleed/toxic counts as crowd control.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. I think it doesn't, because it's an ailment. It's an ailment, it's not a crowd control. Crowd control would be swole, stun, freeze, stasis. So the damage on the direct damage is low. So the direct damage is much lower than before, but I want to see the ailment. I'm wondering how much my ailments can do. They're not doing much at all. They're not doing much at all, so for now this seems weak, but that's because I didn't go all in on the ailment, probably. I'm gonna keep playing, see how we can get it better. Because this 3-4,000 times sync is not ailment damage, it's just regular damage. Shit, I'm having troubles with the rage now. Oh, that's because I didn't take rage per enemy hit. This is what I'm missing. I'm missing the rage per enemy hit, per enemy killed. And this by itself is a huge downgrade on the build. So yeah, I should have invested some points into this one. Where is it? This one here. Regeneration on Q. Let's see. This one here. What if I were to use the bleeding one? But yeah, I need more rage generation now. This is the main problem at the moment. This means I can probably...
At
I already got rid
__
of...
astronaut is now hosting you.
Fat Astronaut, thank you for the host, dude, much appreciated, and welcome to the Struck Up to everyone who's watching, including Fat Astronaut. Nice to have you here. As you can see, I'm kind of experimenting now, trying to figure out an interesting bleed and poison setup. But I would need the rage generation. The rage generation is what we would be needing here. Explosions. Did I pick explosions when they die? If I did, I might have messed this one up. Alright, let's go finish the boss and respec and get rage generation. I'm gonna have to sacrifice something for that rage generation. The boss fight should be there somewhere. Let's go back to Stormfall. So, how many points will I need if I decide to go for the rage stuff? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I decide to go the other way. 3 or 5 points. 4 or 5 points. Well, if I don't go for this rage here, I'm gonna lose a lot of damage. But there's a way to not take those. Not taking those here would be fine. So let's respec. Still probably gonna get this. Actually, let's start with the ailment. Let's start with the ailment and let's not get this crit damage first. But poison ailment, physical damage converted into toxic, I actually am gonna do that one. I'm gonna do that one. Then get this one here. And do that one. Then the next one would be this extra material damage. And where was the unspent? This one. Attack speed. I really don't want the attack speed and the resistances. So do I want to get this conversion? Let's try it. Let's try and get this conversion. So we're converting a lot of the physical into different types. 50 physical and 30 physical converted. And this is what I wanted. So now I can get more ailment damage, but I'm losing this rage. But I've already decided to lose this rage, so let's get this and this and this. And this. Well, only 2 points would be needed for that one. Going all in on the ailment stats that we can get. I don't think there's more we can get. So what else? Oh yeah, I forgot. Shit. No, I won't be able to get this status ailment chance score, but I can still get 15 material status ailment chance score. But do I need it? That's the thing as well. This gives me resistance and status ailment chance. This one. I'd rather get this one. Okay, let's test it. I'm not gonna have a lot of crit damage though. This is not gonna give me a lot of crit damage. There's something I wanna try. Usable with daggers, bows and pistols. Let's test it. I'm not stacking projectile damage, so this would be just purely for the poisoning. And here is something I need to decide. Apex or this dagger? 2054. 2054 or 2341. 2144. Maybe this one would be better. And just give me a moment, I'm gonna give my pet some food because when someone comes home he thinks it's feeding time. Pet, say hello. I think he said hello. Okay, ready. So, I'm not gonna go all in on the wife leech, but if I wanted to go all in on the wife leech, I could use those rings and two of those axes. And this one. But yeah, for now let's be doing this. A little bit of rage based damage, not maxed out. Give them whitening resistance, give them this, give them this, give them this and this, and let's go. I wanna try this. What if I were to shoot it around me? No, it's not gonna work like that. So I don't have much projectile damage. I do seem to be doing both bleeding and toxic. Thing is, I can't tell how much my ailments do because the enemies die from the regular damage. Maybe I should have picked a harder difficulty, but I would have been dying a lot on a harder difficulty. What else can I try instead of phantom blades? I think I can use the bow skills, can I? With a dagger, no, bows and pistols only. Okay. Also bows and pistols. Hmm. Let's try like this. Oh, it's not this way, it's this way. I wonder if I can do toxic or... Yeah, I'm doing toxic with this one. Even though it's supposed to do bleeding, it's doing toxic because I've got more toxic damage. Oh, and I need to look into... Ah, I ran out of rage. Yeah, I ran out of rage. I need to keep killing enemies to not run out of rage. Probably using a rage spender here is not a good idea, and phantom blades fit well into the equation. I'm gonna try with Mark of Impurity. Well, let's try like this. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, nothing too fancy. I'm gonna get rid of this. Well, that was this bug, the zero damage bug. Do you see it? After using Warpath, my bleeding catch is not doing any damage. I really like Warpath. I don't want to get rid of Warpath, but I might have to for this setup to just get rid of Warpath. But then I won't have a single mobility skill, and it's gonna be so slow. We can also get more damage from Agony. If I'm not doing the rage based damage, if I decide not to go for rage based damage, I can get Agony and I can get the ailment helmet. And I'm gonna test that next. Because currently my ailments I think only do like 1000 or so damage. Yeah, 800 damage, that's barely anything worth considering. Okay. Let's try it. Let's try and remove the rage based damage, but I think I'm gonna lose a lot of damage if I do it. But let's test. Agony here and Morbid Retribution here. There isn't much more to do in this regard. This one's quite nice. 2 ailment stacks up white. This one as well. 2 to 4 rend damage, and this is 7 to 9 physical. And the physical gets converted to bleeding and to toxic. I might as well even leave the gem I had on it. Hey, thanks for the 2000 sparks, Fat Astronaut. Thank you very much, dude. Much appreciated. So let's see. Let's quickly sell those items and see what we can do with this setup now. With this extra element. And I'm actually gonna keep this. I might keep this gem now. I normally would go for a ferocity or for toughness or for all attributes. But let's try and keep this one. Material status chance. Material ailment status. Where is it? Status ailment. 29, 25. Okay. I do end up doing it a lot of the time, so I'm gonna try and do Veteran 3. Just to see some harder enemies. Something that's gonna let me see my ailment damage. And maybe a better belt instead of Umali. Ailment stacks up white, but this one is a cool damage. This is for shadow damage stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this belt. It doesn't give me extra elements up white, but it's still a good one. Let's give them elemental resistance. Good morning, Sinful Duck. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. Hope you're having a good morning indeed. Let's give them modifiers. Let's give them maybe this and maybe this one. Okay, let's see. Okay, I need to start healing to keep the rage up. I'm still not used to controlling this build. So, I don't see good ailment damage. I don't see good ailment damage at the moment still. $2,733. Was that ailment damage or was it a direct damage hit? Look at this. I've got health, but I was dead. Oh, shit. I'm stuck. And I don't have an escape skill. But that was weird, getting healed after dying. So, okay. Those do a lot of damage to me and my resistances are nowhere to be found. I wanted to try it though. I wanted to try this setup with... Probably for farming some of the easier stuff it would work okay. But look at that, it's not doing much damage. It's actually doing less damage now that I switched to Agony. When I remove the rage based damage and I equip this and this, it's just not adding up. There's one more thing I wanna try. Instead of Bleeding Catch, I'm gonna be trying a Bleeding Havoc Orb. This is one of the weirdest things you've probably seen. But yeah, Bleeding Havoc Orb. It's as weird as it gets.
I tried that helmet and ended up taking it off because it was low on damage and low on defense.
Indeed, I'm thinking the same. I was just testing something now and I'm gonna remove it after this. Tragedy City, thank you for the follow, dude. It is appreciated.
And had to reboot my PC every time.
Oh, that's strange. Tragedy City, what's your PC configuration? If you don't mind sharing it, I can see maybe the game is not
Tragedy
optimized
CT,
for certain
thank you for the follow
for
and
certain
welcome to the
systems.
Struck Club.
But thanks indeed for the follow. So Havoc Orb is something that probably gets overlooked as a skill that can apply bleeding. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button there. But Havoc Orb is probably better for a projectile-based build. Projectile-based bleeding build. And there's a bleeding and toxic build for the projectiles. You can use Arrow's Well, I think, with... no, it wasn't Arrow's Well, it was String of Screarian. String of Screarian can apply toxic, and then with Havoc Orb you can apply bleeding if you want a ranger with ailments. But yeah, this helmet just doesn't seem right. It's very low on everything. I mean, it does give me HP, but that's it. A little bit of ailment damage and ferocity doesn't make up for the lost stuff. And I'm having serious troubles with the rage at the moment. So yeah, we're testing stuff now.
i7 with 16 GB or RAM, with a GTX 980.
So you shouldn't be having troubles with the game. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's not the machine itself. It's strange. Try to report this in the Discord forum to the developers. Maybe they can try and give you some feedback about it. There is a feedback channel in the official Wolcen Discord, and probably over there you can report it. There's also bug reporting section as well, because that's the first time I'm hearing about a black screen of death. It's CryEngine, so it's not something that demanding. I mean, yeah, the game is very heavy on the CPU, but you have i7. You're not streaming, so you should be fine for loading the game without a problem. I used to play the game with i5 before, and a 1060. And I also have 16 gigabytes of RAM, so
I have
strange.
a 10-year-old i7, 16 GB of RAM and a GTX 1070, and I've never had an issue with it. Maybe you have a driver issue or something.
It might be driver related stuff indeed. Or maybe the Windows is messing with you. I'm not sure. I'm assuming you're playing on Windows, not on other systems, because I'm not even sure the game can run on other systems at the moment. What's my force shield? 900 force shield. Oh, look at my HP, it's only 1400. Yeah, this low HP is just... it's not worth it. I don't see that strong of a... I'm gonna try it. Let's find a monster without the boss and just apply ailments. Ah shit, I wanted just to test the applying ailments, but yeah, let's go back to the health setup.
I could play for a while with no issues. It seemed when mobs spawned it would happen. But not always.
And for this amulet, I'm gonna quickly go for the O attributes route. O attributes for the amulet. So that means I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna need this. Okay. This should work. The damage here 248, not too shabby. And I've got a little bit more defensive abilities. I'm still pretty weak when it comes to the defensive abilities. I'm very weak at the moment. I'm wondering if I should get rid of this material damage and get some more survivability. Neither of the other rings I can equip would give me more. Let's see if I've got some good unique rings, like legendary rings. Some good legendary rings for ailment stuff might be nice. I think I had a good one with material damage somewhere here, but it's for spells. So whitening no, frost no, frost no, frost no. Okay. It's mostly elemental stuff and I really don't want fire and frost. But fire and frost is what I'm gonna be trying next. Next off I'm gonna be trying a build with Vanity's Plea and Envy's Denial. Chance to burn and chance to freeze would be what I'm gonna be trying. So I've got a lot of unique items to give away, by the way. If someone needs specific items, let me know. I probably have what you need. I only don't have the very rare items, which I'm still trying to farm for myself. Just looking for some rings. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find something good. Well, yeah, that's the final ring. Well, let's just go with those I'm using. Let's do something easier now. Lightning resistance is fine, sacred resistance is fine. Okay, let's try again. Frost resistance is fine. This is fine.
What kind of build is this?
This is supposed to be an ailment build. It's supposed to do, like, look at that, I'm converting, I mean, I can only do material damage, so I'm converting some physical damage into rent, and I'm converting some physical damage into toxic. And I'm getting some ailment based damage, I'm getting this extra damage based on ailments applied, then chance to multiply the number of ailments, then a lot of minus regular damage plus ailment damage. So it's supposed to be an ailment damage build, but it's not working out well. It's not working out well at all. I'm just trying to figure it out, which skills would be the best. So as you see, I'm experimenting with different skills to see which one works the best. You can see I can even do 11,000 damage with Havoc Orb.
Above legendary?
Uniques are not necessarily above legendary. It depends, like some uniques give you some things that you can't get from a legendary. But some legendaries can get you some things that you can't get from a unique. Like, look at, I'm gonna quickly explain it. This item here gives me 5% damage per 100 unspent rage points. This is something you cannot get on a legendary. And this can go up to 9%, and this helmet gives me the exact same, 9% damage per 100 unspent rage points. So if you get your rage maximum to be 1600 or 2000, that means each unspent point in here would give you extra damage. You can see my damage is higher if I have more rage. As soon as I lose my rage, it goes down. So I'm gonna shout to get more rage, and this gives me damage. And this also gives me extra ailment damage, which probably won't show up here, but it would give me more. So there's that. But this unique item, for example, this unique item gives you flat physical damage.
How many ailment stacks are you applying at once, and how many do you have total?
My total ailment stacks are 10 at the moment, only 10. I'm applying 2 extra stacks from this place, and I have a chance to double the stacks. So I have chance to apply so here I'm applying 2, and with this one I'm applying extra 2, so that's 4. And then I have a chance to multiply them by 2, so I have a chance to apply 8. I apply 4 with 50 chance to apply extra 2. I could get chance to apply extra ailment stacks from a belt. I did have a belt for that, like this one, but it's a cooled damage, so it's gonna lose me flat physical damage, a lot of health, force shield, and material damage. So I'd rather not use this belt. I think this way, I mean, I can find a better belt, but at the moment I don't have it. And as I was saying, this unique item gives you flat physical damage, and it is better than, if you're going for a physical material build, it's probably better than something like this. This can give me 35 material damage, but it doesn't give me the flat, and flat damage is a lot. Flat damage is worth a lot more. But this one is a unique item, and it cannot give me rage and willpower cost reduction, which also for certain builds might be good. Ideally here I would have 2 of those gloves.
10
and
might not be enough stacks to get high ailment damage. I have 20 total and my dot ticks for about 5k.
How do you get 20 total stacks? How did you get extra stacks? 20 total stacks. I'm assuming probably from rings. So if I were to get this belt, that's gonna be 6 applied, which would be altogether to 12. And if I get rings with ailment stacks, that's gonna give me 7, 8, maybe. Yeah, maybe I can get 20 stacks applied, but I'm gonna need better rings.
Nodes that add 5 each.
Where are those passive nodes? Passive nodes for ailment stacks.
Kabbalist tree.
Oh, in the Kabbalist tree. Where is Kabbalist? Well, I'm in the Kabbalist.
With all the
this
ailment
one.
damage.
Okay, I see it. I see what you mean here. What do I sacrifice though? What do I sacrifice? I can sacrifice this one. So 1, 2, 3 can give me
that
1,
will double
2,
your
3.
ailment damage as well as the amount of weakness you apply.
That's definitely worth testing. Okay, I'm gonna test it after this map. Let's finish this one quickly, and then I'm gonna try it. Thanks for the suggestion. So ailment damage is not the same for one stack, but it depends on how many stacks you have. That's interesting. I thought each stack has a separate dot, so that's not how it works. Okay, that clarifies things for me. I thought the more stacks you have, the more ticks per second. Like I thought that if I have 5 stacks, that means it will tick 5 times per second. But it's additive, I guess. So the stacks just increase the damage. interesting that they've decided to do it this way.
Hi dude, good evening.
Hi Makos, nice to
Shows
see you
the damage
again, dude.
numbers in
Welcome
the
back.
character sheet.
Yeah, but I don't know how to read those numbers. Like, does that show me the number per ailment stack? Or does that show me the total damage number? I'm still very unclear how certain ailments work. Still kind of weird to understand how all of this works. Let's see. Those numbers here. Is that the number for a single stack? Stop annoying me, enemies. So is that the number for a single stack, this poison damage? Yeah, the toxic damage per stack afflicted each time the poison ailment ticks. The first displayed value corresponds to one poison stack, whereas the second one represents the damage of the maximum number of stacks you can put on one target. So that's very low. 18 damage for one stack and 180 when 10 stacks. That's definitely not as high as I would want it to be. Well, I'm gonna change it. Let's just go to the town and let's finish the map first. I'm also not a big fan of Mark of Impurity. It's supposed to help a lot, but it's such a pain to have to use this skill. I'd rather have Wings of Ishmir there. Let's try it with Wings of Ishmir again. Because Wings of Ishmir is great for the mobility, and it also gives me rage. And it applies weakness, so there's that too. But this actually gives me an idea. Look at how much damage I'm doing with Havoc Orb. And this damage I'm doing with Havoc Orb is direct damage, and
so
look
if you
at this.
can apply more stacks, that number goes up.
I've
Keep
got
in mind
minus
that the
15.
180 is flat damage like the 8 to 10 you get on items. 180 is actually a big number, however I believe that screen is bugged and doesn't actually change the number. Is there a new bug? I cannot open my stash.
It might be, and by the way, if you can't open the stash, re-walk the game. Like, go back to main menu and walk back in. I had this bug. I couldn't open anything. I couldn't open my inventory. I couldn't open my stash. I couldn't open traders. Only thing I could open was this menu. So look at this, by the way. I have minus 15 and minus 10
okay,
and minus 15. So minus 40% damage that is not damage over time. Minus 40% damage that is not damage over time, and I'm still doing up to 10-11,000 with Havoc Orb. So I'm gonna test this later, a Havoc Orb physical only build. This might be pretty strong. Not ailment based build, just the direct damage, but that's gonna be the next thing I'm trying today. Because Havoc Orb, I didn't know converting Havoc Orb to Rend 1 would be so good. And in order to do that, I'm gonna probably get
I've seen Havoc Orb hit for like 40k.
40k, that's nice. I definitely wanna try stacking this. Was it a bleeding Havoc Orb though? Or was it elemental Havoc Orb? Havoc Orb has a lot of potential. So I'm reducing its damage by 40% now, and I'm not even stacking projectile based damage. I really need a good physical only pistol. Okay, let's go back to the town and rework the skills to get those extra 5 stacks. So I can get 3 points by removing this physical damage converted to rent. That's gonna reduce my damage from Havoc Corp, but that's fine. I'm gonna be using more Toxic, and I'm gonna be using more of those Phantom Blades. So one thing would be this and this, the other one would be this and this. Do I want the 20-0 resistance score or do I want this one? I mean, for harder content the 20-0 resistance is good, but currently I don't have much O resistance anyways. It's a tough choice, but for now I'm gonna go for the damage setup. For the more status ailment chance and the stack duration. I'm not getting this one, but that's fine. That's fine if I don't get that one. So 20 max stacks. Let's pick this one. I'm wondering if I should be using those rings or something with more stacks, but I really don't have many rings with stacks. This is for stacks, but this is spell damage, it's not gonna work well on this setup. By the way, folks, if anyone wants some of those legendary items, anything on this page is up for grabs. So Zap Sticks, Soul's Banes, Apex, 2 Edict Daggers, Rygar's Hope, all of those legendaries here that you're seeing are up for the taking if you want them. On this page, most of them are not. I think on this page only this one is up for taking, and this one, and this one. Maybe this one too, and this one. So those 3 items here are not for taking. Anything else is up for grabs. So I'm gonna try and put them together, so it's easier to tell people which one is up for grabs. So all those legendaries here together with that one are for taking. Together with all those not legendaries but uniques. So now what was I going to do? I was going to grab this helmet maybe. But maybe this helmet is a bit better. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this one for now. For more survivability. Let's see the damage here. 360. And this doesn't go when I... So rage-based damage doesn't work on ailments. Is that what the game is trying to tell me? Rage-based damage does not increase the ailment damage. So basically, this extra damage per unspent rage points doesn't seem to work on my ailment stacks. At least on paper. And that's a bit strange. Let's test it. I'm gonna test it easily with... oh, nice. Oh, I need something stronger. Sorry, I had to sneeze, so I muted my mic. This one's not even poisoned. Okay. I'm trying to do ailment without killing them. 1000. That's not much at all. That's barely any difference, but I didn't apply many stacks on it, so I'm gonna have to test it on bosses. Because most of the easy prey would just die instantly. So Havoc Corp is definitely doing less damage now. Because the physical is not converted to rent. Still doing 10,000 though. $1,500 on stack. Well, I probably didn't apply as many stacks. It's hard because we can't see the stacks on an enemy. I want, when the game launches, to be able to see under the name of the enemy here and the health bar, under this health bar here, the buffs with the number of stacks applied on the enemy. So something like this, but under the enemy name. So I can know what elements I've already applied and how many stacks. And this is perfect, they can just copy paste this icon.
100% agree, I need to see my stacks.
We need to see how many and which stacks are applied on a certain enemy. That's gonna be mostly useful for bosses, because the trash mobs die anyways quickly. Regardless what build you use, trash mobs are easy to deal with. But elites, champions like this one, and bosses, you definitely want to be seeing that there. Did I just do 3000? I think when I stack the bleeding and poison, also I would like to see maybe different colors for the different stacks when I do ailment damage, or maybe the ailment damage being colored differently. Because at the moment I'm not sure how this damage ticking works. Is that damage ticking working based on each stack separately? Not each stack separately, but let's say, is the bleeding ticking separately than the poison? Or is the bleeding and poison getting added together, and then the tick I'm seeing on the enemy is the result of all the different ailments per second, per tick, or whatever it is? So does each element tick separately than the other? Or is it all additive together and it just ticks at once all the elements I've got applied on the enemy?
Each element has its own damage number.
Okay, that's nice, that's nice. Let's quickly check if I can modify this skill a bit more.
If you apply poison and bleed, you'll see 2 numbers.
Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good to know. So there's gonna be 2 numbers. I really want to try this with a trial belt. It's definitely gonna be worth testing this on a trial belt. Okay, purifier statement. Another item up for grabs. Let's see the percentage bug chance on this. 14. I already have a 14 and 15. And I gave away 2 of those items yesterday. So this one's probably up for grabs. If not this one, my other one with 14 would be up for grabs. And yeah, if you wanna test stuff, it's good to get some trading done now, so you can test before the items get wiped and before the offline only gets started. In 6 days, on the 29th, the online servers are getting shut down for 2-week maintenance, as they're applying the launch patches and changing something on the servers. So for that time, for 2 weeks, we won't be able to, what should I call it, to team up, to group up. We're still gonna be able to play, but in offline only mode, and probably this character will be lost, because this is an online character. Unless they allow us to save the online characters before this maintenance for offline only playing, I don't think that's gonna happen. So if you wanna test, you've got a few more days, 6 more days. I can give you some of the items I no longer need. Banjovi, interesting name, or Banjov. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Welcome to my Twitch, dude. Glad you're here and thank you for the follow. Master Protector Powdron. Let's see if it's a good one. 16 material damage. Well, it's not too bad, but it's
Banjov,
not that
thank
bad
you for
either.
the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
So 2000 something is the most damage I think I've seen so far on the ailments. Let's keep going forward and see if I can push it. Maybe I shouldn't be focusing on bleeding and focus on toxic, or maybe I should be focusing on bleeding only and screw the toxic. I'm just trying to figure out which one would work better. The bleeding or the toxic setup, or a mix. With Immortal Offering I definitely want to be able to do both of them.
How is economy in this game? Can we trade with any other players, like both?
Currently you do have Path of Exile style trading. You do have right clicking, like here there would be my teammate and I can right click and then it opens a menu which allows me to trade. And then you have typical Path of Exile style trading. This is the only trading we currently have. If I drop an item on the ground, the only person who sees that item is me. Like, the items that drop on the ground for me are instanced, so regardless whether I dropped it after getting it, like if I do this, my teammate would not be able to see this item. Only I would be able to see it. So if you want to trade, you have to do a private trading window. I hope they fix this and add Diablo style trading, so that we don't have people selling items for real money like in Path of Exile, ruining the economy because they're greedy bastards who want extra bucks. So hopefully Diablo style trading, Diablo 3 style trading would be introduced. Diablo 3 has a lot of bad things, but the trading there is good because it's limited. You don't have bots farming items, you don't have people selling items for real money. And it's nice because you can only trade items to the people who gave them. I know this is bad in a way because when I start playing after the launch I would want to max out my builds and I would be trading heavily. So me saying this, I know for the greater good it's better to have limits on the trading. But if I think about myself and be greedy, I would want to be able to trade so I can test many builds and put them on YouTube for people to see.
I hope there is no website like PoTrade. I hate Po because you never farm your own items, you just get money to buy items.
There is no website like PoTrade, but maybe there's gonna be a lot of similar things. If the game becomes popular, believe me, people would see the profit that can be obtained from creating such websites and adding advertisement on such websites to give you profit. So the more popular the game is, the more people would want to make tools for it. There's already people saying that once the game launches, they're thinking of making calculators. Just in one day on the Discord channel, I saw 2 people saying that they wouldn't mind doing it once the game launches, not before, because they would have to redo a lot of stuff if they do it now. So skill calculators are probably gonna come. Maybe not one, but maybe more. So when it comes to trading, I personally think for the greater good it would be if they limit it in a way. But I also hope that they don't do it right away. So yeah. It's interesting. I mean, if the game becomes popular, there's definitely gonna be people trying to profit from it. And for now, time will tell. Time will tell how popular this game would be. Currently, not many people even know about it.
Game that doesn't have insane trading like
Grim Dawn doesn't have insane trading like Path of Exile, but it still has the exact same trading, and in Grim Dawn you can cheat. You can easily download Grim Stash and give yourself any item with any affix you want. So people who would be selling items in Grim Dawn wouldn't profit, because if someone really wants a certain item, they can cheat. And this game wouldn't have cheating, because you would be able to play offline only and online only separately. So if you create an offline only character, that means you would never be able to play with other people with this character. And if you create an online only character, this means you won't be able to cheat with this character. So if someone wants to do theory crafting and wants to use a trainer or whatever and max out his character in a second, let them do it. I mean, I don't care. But don't let them team up with me. And that's how it's gonna be in this game. Cheaters can play offline if they want to cheat.
It just comes down to the community and what we want. I honestly don't think PoE players are going to play this game for long.
Same here. I think the more casual Path of Exile players and Diablo 3 players would be the people that play this the most. If you're the player in Path of Exile that enjoys trading instead of playing and killing stuff, if you're the mogul type of player, the one that likes tinkering with market prices and just gets a hard on by being the person who does Monopoly, then probably that's not the game for you.
Non-style doesn't affect me in any way, even the cheaters.
Yeah, the Grim Dawn trading doesn't affect you in any way, because you don't need to trade in Grim Dawn to earn good wood. Yeah, you can get some green items, like we can get some monster infrequents that are super rare to get and probably would take you months to try and get them. You can just get them in a second with Grim Stash, but as long as you're playing solo or only playing with people you trust in Grim Dawn, you're gonna be sure that no one would be cheating in your game. It doesn't affect you in any way. And the same would be probably in this game if it had lobby-based matchmaking, or if people only play with their friends. But thankfully in this game people won't be able to cheat. Thankfully it's all nice. If someone wants those pants, let me know. I'm probably gonna give you my other pair, because it gives me 38 shadow damage and this is 40. But yeah, currently I like that they're separating the online and offline characters. So I still would like to see some sort of Diablo style trading later implemented in the game, if the game becomes popular. For now it really doesn't need it. But later probably, if people start selling stuff for real money, I'd rather not see that.
If Wolcen has good loot drops, then trading won't go overboard. It will be more like D3. PoE is not a game after 7 years still in beta test or at more bad place.
Exactly, Path of Exile is designed in such a way that trading fits well into it. Path of Exile fits well with the trading into the game. And this game also fits well with the trading being into it. Thank you, Couch Potatoes, for the follow. Really appreciate
GGG
it,
destroyed
dude.
player
Welcome to the
base
Struck
after
Club.
so many mistakes. PLL really angry to GGG. Couch_potatoes, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club. Nonamera, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
I still think Path of Exile went about it the wrong way regarding some systems. There's a lot of things I like about Path of Exile, don't get me wrong. There are so many things that Path of Exile did well. But there's things that are just annoying for people like me that are not as hardcore. I don't like getting punished for dying that severely. Like, first of all, we lose XP that at the final levels is so difficult to get. Then we also lose a map portal. And if you're playing with 6 people in the map, that's it, you can't return into the map. There's no way for someone to res you, you don't have a down state like in this game, where your ally can res you before a certain amount of time expires. And basically Path of Exile is designed in such a way that you have people competing for levels. When each race starts in the league, people are competing who would be in the top 1000, who would reach level 100 first. So the game is designed in such a way that leveling is something to compete, rather just a regular part of the game.
That game is terrible.
And I'm not a fan of Diablo 3 and Path of Exile doing league and contents where they force you to start over each time there's something new. And if you don't want to start over, you have to wait for the league to end before you can enjoy the league content in the non-league servers. So they're kind of punishing people who don't want to play league by getting them like out of the league content for a few months until the league ends. So a more casual player like me would be like that. They wouldn't like all those restrictions. They would
GGG just making league for sell MTX, not for players.
Probably. I mean, they might have started as a company that doesn't care that much about profits, but then they see how much profits they can get. And the more you get, the more you want. That's kind of how it is, I think. And they have a bigger team now, they have more people to pay salaries to, so Chris is making money, that's for sure.
I've got about 4k hours into Grim Dawn. That's the kind of game I enjoy. Lots of build diversity and fun ways to earn loot on your own.
And I think this game would be perfect for Diablo 3 players, for Grim Dawn players, for people who enjoy something like the way I would describe this game is if Grim Dawn, Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3 and Path of Exile had a baby. You can even leave Grim Dawn out of the equation and just have Diablo 1, 2, 3 and Path of Exile, because you get elements from those games into this game. Even if you add Grim Dawn, yeah, there are some things in Grim Dawn that we would have when this game launches. But currently there aren't many elements from Grim Dawn that are Grim Dawn specific that this game has right now. You still have passives similar to the Devotions, but this passive 3 fits more into the Path of Exile archetype of passive skill 3. So yeah, you can rotate those things here and arrange them differently. And you would have a third ring with another 12 archetypes, so that would be 3 plus 9 plus 12. So what does that make? 21. 21 archetypes.
Bro, they will lose more money, trust me. D4 will kill GGG. Player base started to hate from GGG.
I guess it depends. I think after Diablo 4 launches, Path of Exile players, probably a lot of them would migrate, but there's still those Path of Exile players that for them trading is the game, not killing bosses. For them trading is the game. I'm not a big fan of a game that also has a system where people are extorting you for money to help you complete certain content. Like in Path of Exile, the labyrinths. Thank you for the sparks, Fat Astronaut. Thank you very much for the... We did go on a run, but it's what we like in talking about, so why not have a day where we're talking about different games? It's what makes this a community, instead of just focusing about the game every now and then discussing the future of different games. So what I was about to say is, fuck, what was it? Ah shit, I forgot. I forgot what I was talking about. It was something about the trading. And Path of Exile and Diablo 4, and I'm just gonna try and backtrack my train of thought to remember what I was about to say.
6 love.
Thank you for the emote, man. Yeah, I'm gonna try and remember after this boss fight. Let's do the boss first. Regicide mark. Okay, don't spawn kill me. Don't spawn kill me.
D4 seems casual AF. Co-players won't put GGG for D4.
Exactly. D4 would be a bit less hardcore to the Path of Exile player. If a player likes to play Monopoly and likes the trading as the game, that's fine. And what I was about to say is exactly, I just remembered. I was talking about people extorting others in a way to complete certain content, because the way Path of Exile designed certain things like the labyrinths and other stuff, you have people offering their services to kill a boss for you or to complete a labyrinth for you, and instead of them doing that for free, they're trying to profit from helping others. I mean, it's not bad to help others, but when you're trying to make a big profit from it, it doesn't seem very friendly. Every time I try to help others in games, I never ask for something in return, except maybe to help me sometime when I'm in need of teammates, when I'm doing some other stuff. But when people try to get you to pay, it gets me back into Diablo, not Diablo, but into Guild Wars 1. In Guild Wars 1, when I was a greedy teenager, I really wanted to help others reach a certain zone, which was called running, I think. Running certain zone from one to another to get someone to unlock a certain element of the story. And this kind of brings me back in those games. So, in games where people help each other without expecting money in return, it's fun. But as soon as the community becomes greedy and starts extorting others, or not extorting, but trying to charge them just to help you do a labyrinth run. So the way the content is designed in Path of Exile, you need help. If your build is not meta build, you need help from someone who has a meta build. And if you don't want to be playing a meta build because it doesn't seem like your playstyle, like a fun build for you, then you have to pay others to help you.
It will be more appealing to people like me. I hate that I have to buy stash tab upon stash tab to keep up with people.
Well, I wouldn't call Path of Exile pay to win, but I would call it being slaves to the meta. Slave is a bad word, don't get me in trouble for using it, but yeah, you're kind of serving the meta. If you don't want to play a meta build, you have to pay someone in-game money to help you. And if the meta builds are boring for you, you have no choice other than do that. Either play a meta build, or play a build that you like, but that isn't meta, and then you're gonna have to pay someone else to complete the labyrinth for you, or to complete some maps for you.
Van Jump, are you sure? Blizzard can be bad every, but they are not bad to earn money from players. BLZZZ saw that money how GGG earning, they will never let to that pasta to GGG anymore. GGG killed player base with tons of bugs. 7-year bro 7 they gave Cirrus to players, worst bugs, worst decent co-players still have same bug from 4 league ago.
Indeed, that's a nice statement there. Blizzard know how to make money, and currently Diablo 4 is a Hail Mary. What Diablo 4 would be is, they saw, okay, we need to give them something good. And in a way it's a good thing, in a way it's a bad thing, because they're listening to what Diablo players want at the moment. So they're trying to make a game based on the demands of Diablo players. And Diablo 4 might turn out like the game Diablo players wanted. And that might be good. But in a way there won't be too many innovative things. Which could be good, could be bad, depending what innovative things they might want to add. So at the moment, I think Diablo 4 would turn like exactly the Hail Mary. They screw things up with don't you have mobile phones? and now they're trying to get the fans happy. So they're trying to make a game with all the demands of the players, of the Diablo community, kind of getting taken care of. bit by bit. So that's why they're returning to the roots, they're returning to Diablo 2 in many aspects. Which is a good thing in my opinion, but someone might not want that much of Diablo 2 into their game. I personally think many systems of Diablo 2 aged well. There are some systems that didn't age well, but it's 2020. It's of course what, over 20 years since Diablo 2 came out, so yeah, makes sense for some systems to not age well. Some systems aged like good wine, others aged like let's say beer. Beer doesn't age that well in a bottle. So what do I want to get rid of? I'm gonna get rid of this one. So if anyone needs unique items, by the way, hit me up. Hit me up. I can go into the game, give you some good wood. And I'm gonna be testing something different after I'm finished with this map run. By the way, I'm very fast. Did I take a movement speed shrine? Another thing I would like to see is speed shrine effects and other shrine effects here on my bar. Maybe not here, but somewhere on the UI. I want to see the duration of certain effects in seconds, or with a cooldown timer like this one, or the one that kind of is clockwise or counterclockwise shadow. Just something that tells me how much more I've got of a certain shrine and what the shrine is, being able to hover and see the effect of the shrine. Okay, I'm gonna need to do something here. This pistol, by the way, is also up for grabs if anyone wants it. It's not a perfect one, but hey, it's 2 sockets and 3 flat damage, so it's not too bad. So yeah, I think Diablo 4, they're trying to please the fans at the moment. The moment they thought that they need to do something to please the community, otherwise a lot of people would be unhappy, bad press and everything stacking up. Well, Soul's Bane, I'm not gonna pick it up. I already have 2 Soul's Banes in my warehouse. If anyone wants a Soul's Bane, I can give you one. I can give you 2. I've got 3. 2 spare ones. Wow, this is fooding me with wood. I think there's one more map before I need to go back to the town, or is it 2? Maybe it's 2 more. This and 1 more. We'll see. Might as well just end after this map instead of going all the way. And the funny part about this is I don't think I even applied modifiers, or maybe I did because it's 140 magic fine, so might have applied modifiers.
GGG can't keep a live game without players. BC game on trade system. In this time there is no Diablo. GGG still using bots for keep trade alive.
In a way, this might as well be true in a way. Any developer can't keep a game alive without a player base. But Path of Exile is still going strong for now. And that's why they decide to make Path of Exile 2. Maybe it's gonna be a gimmick or a trick, but I'm seeing some good stuff regarding how Path of Exile 2 looks. But that's not the looks that I care about. I don't care if my armor is getting stuck to my player and it looks weird, or rather each thing moves separately. This is not what I really care about. I care about the systems. Trading systems or crafting systems and etc. I like crafting systems like the one we have in this game based on the teasing. It's gonna be similar to what we have in Path of Exile, but not as advanced, not as RNG. At the moment, Magic Find works. It didn't used to work a few months ago. The thing is, the way Magic Find works right now is you still get items, but those items will not be something too good. But it does work. Believe me, when I have more Magic Find, I do find more items. I've tested it. I've tested it with the Magic Find belt, without the Magic Find belt. and it does work. Maybe it's just me thinking that it works and it doesn't, but I think it didn't work before a few months, before the last content update or whatever. I think it does work now. It could be just me getting very lucky and thinking it works. But the way it is, even if you do the hardest content, you're still gonna be getting level 20 something stats. So the item might be level 28, but it's still gonna be giving me level 28 stats. This is how they limited the game. You can't get stronger affixes on the game at the moment because it's beta. It's beta and they've limited the things you can get. I think I'm just gonna suicide and go to the town because I'm just getting what I can't carry. And the worst thing is I need to give some of my items to someone, so if there are players who want to take some of the wood off of my hands, let me know. This build seems like a fun build, and I might want to try a build centered heavily around the rend damage version of Havoc Corp. No. Might wanna go and test something Havoc Corp related just to see how it is. Yeah, this game is getting so close to the launch, so the crafting system we're getting here, if you don't know about it, I made a YouTube video. If you want, you can watch it. If you don't want to watch it, let me know, I can try and explain it quickly. It's gonna be a bit hard to explain it, but I have some screenshots. And if you're wondering what the crafting system would be when it launches, I can try and show you some things. So it's kind of a mixture between Diablo 2 socketing together with Path of Exile crafting from orbs. So they're calling them regions, but they are called orbs in the game, some of them. And we have certain things that would allow us to remove a certain stat and add a new one instead of it, based on what sockets we've got in the item. Or there's a way to remove all certain modifiers on an item and just add new ones separately. So you can either separately add modifiers or separately remove modifiers, or you can remove one and add a new one on its place, or you can reroll all of them, like what was it called, Chaos Orb. So we're gonna have certain things like that here, but it's not gonna be as RNG because you're gonna have some control over it, depending on what sockets you have in the item. So I'm gonna quickly show you some screenshots after this map, if you're wondering about this. And when the game comes out, I'm gonna do a full guide for this, but for now I can't do a full guide because I don't have the necessary data to do a full guide. I don't know all the things that can drop. I don't know all the regions we've got in the game. I only know the basics. I don't know all the gems that we got, but I do know some of the general stuff, so we'll see. I also like that this game has interesting ways of gearing up. So you wanna go force shield, go force shield. You wanna go all resistance, go all resistance. If you want HP, do a hybrid between one of the other two and HP. So it's definitely fun and allows different builds to be made. Oh shit, I can only rest 2 more times. Okay. Oh shit, okay. I don't think I'm gonna finish this one. It's spawn killing me. Okay, I finished it. Alright, let's go to the town. I'm not gonna do the final map. Here, how you do maps here is you do them in bunches of 6. You start the map from, I'm gonna show you. So you start, for say, from Adept, you do 6 maps and you unlock Veteran 1 and 2. If you start from Veteran 2, you do 6 maps and you unlock Veteran 3 and 4. So each batch of 6 maps unlocks 2 checkpoints, and each checkpoint is 3 levels higher. That's why you're doing 6 maps. 6 maps to unlock the next 2 checkpoints. So you have Adept, then you have Veteran 1 to 9, and then you have Champion 1 through 9. And each one is 3 levels to the enemy above you. So you start from, if I'm level 20, level 21 enemies. And you go all the way to level plus 55. So that means if you're level 20, that's 75 level enemies on Champion 9. You unlock the next one after 3 maps, but I'm not sure whether you can get it unlocked if you return before completing all 6. So you have to complete all 6 to unlock the next batches of 2. I'm not sure if I do 3 maps and exit, whether this veteran one would be unlocked. Not sure how this works. But I do know if you complete all 6, you can definitely unlock the next few ones. So this one I'm gonna put here. This one I'm gonna put here. And now let's compare quickly. 37, 40, 18, 19, 15, 18. Oh, this is a hard choice. I'm gonna lose a lot of HP, but I'm getting extra shadows damage.
I have to get off.
Thank Fat Astronaut, thank you for all the things you've been doing on my mixer, dude.
You
Much
only
appreciated.
Need to do 3 maps to unlock the next tier. That's all I've been doing.
Oh, you only need to do 3 maps. That's good. Thank you for the info. I really didn't know whether this works that way. I'm gonna get rid of some items here, by the way. So that's good. Knowing that we only need to do 3 opens up some possibilities. We don't need to do 6 to unlock the next few things. Okay, there's more wood for grabs here, guys. Look at that. All of that wood is up for grabs. So if you like something that is there, all that purple gear, all that pink gear, you can have at it. It's such a hard choice to decide what to leave behind. Okay, I've got some more room for new items. In the meantime, do I want to try a Havoc Orb build? A Havoc Orb material damage only build. Thanks for the drop. Thanks for the health pack drop or whatever it's called. Thank you, Eisenberg. Much appreciated. And welcome to my Twitch, Eisenberg, again. Nice to see you. You're back. So, do I want to do a build around the Bleeding Havoc Orb? Something like projectile-based damage.
Thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
Mariana, welcome to my Twitch channel. Thank you for the follow. And welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay. So, guys, let's do another respec. Let's do not an ailment build this time. This time we're gonna be doing a projectile build. So that it's not gonna be toxic. I'm gonna be going for something like this time. Projectile, and attack. And then I want... I'm probably gonna get this one. I'm gonna get this one, and then what I want is this crit damage. Maybe not the crit chance score right away. I want this one. Where is it? The material damage. There's different ways to reach it, and
you can
I think
reset
I'm gonna
skill
do it
points
that
for
way.
free.
Not for free, but it's very easy to reset skill points. Like, here I've got my stat attributes, which is 2000 gold. And this is not always 2000 gold. This is your level times 100. I'm level 20, that means 2000. If I'm level 90, which is the maximum, that would mean 9000 gold. 9000 gold is barely anything in the game. Eisenberg, thank you for the 10,000 sparks on Mixer. Really appreciated, dude. Thank you very much. And yes, you pay 2000 and then you can either go one by one or you can go all in. And this is one of the great things about the game. It's not making you grind a whole week or 2 weeks or a month to be able to respec completely. You can just do it with single click. The same goes for the passives. Like, just to show you how easy it is to get passives respec, it's 2000 affinity points. Again, it's your level times 100. So if you're level 90, which will be the maximum when the game launches, that is going to be 9000 affinity points. And affinity points are used when you get those things. They're called NRACs, and this is the skill books in the game. This is how you find skills. Like, when you kill enemies, they would drop it and it would look something like this. And if you already know the skill, you can set it. You can see I already know those, so it says you already know this spell. Then you go to this NPC and you don't click here, but you click here. And then you sell it for 2000. Each of those costs 2000. 2000 is exactly as much as I need to respec right now, but when the game launches it's gonna be 9000. And you also earn this as a reward for doing certain content, which I'm gonna show you in a moment. So you do get those affinity points, primordial affinity. And you also use those to increase skill levels. If one of my skills was not at max level, I can use those points to level it up. So there's different uses of those affinity points. So let's say you have been playing melee and all your mage skills are not leveled up and you want to jump start and you have like a few million affinity points. You can spend those affinity points to level up all your mage skills and immediately start reroll to a mage. So you don't have classes in the game in its true state, in its true meaning, but you have classes in a way by speccing into certain passives. Currently you have 3 archetypes in the ring 1, which you can rotate and link differently. And things need to be linked, because this one is now not active because it's not linked. And so you have three in the basic one, then you have another 6, which is 9 altogether, and then when the game launches we're gonna have 12 more, which means 21 archetypes. And you can link sideways like this, or you can link upwards, so up and down. So there's different ways of linking between one and another. So what I wanted to do is this material damage and then maybe this rent damage. Or rather, let's not convert into rent. Let's get I'm thinking this one. And then I'm also thinking projectile damage. Projectile damage I can get through here. So this is an example of linking sideways rather than linking the other way. So I can get this. I don't want this extra projectile because minus 60 all projectiles damage, but I want this extra projectile damage from here. I'm just doing a very weird build now. And that means I'm losing this 400 rage. Thank you for the follow, really, Toby. Thank you very much.
And the different types of damage, rend, material, etc. Laughing face. Really
that
love
is
this
an
so
amazing
far,
question.
BTW.
I will
Really,
get
Toby,
right on
Thank you
it.
for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
I will get right on it. So basically, you have three major types of damage, which is material, elemental, and occult. Each of those three types has three subtypes. Material is split into physical, rend, and toxic, elemental into fire, frost, and lightning, and occult into sacred, shadow, and aether. So items like this one give me physical and material. So first it gives me physical as flat, then it gives me 25% to all material damage, and physical counts as material. So this item actually gives me bonuses to my rend damage and to my physical, and then another bonus to the physical based on the flat as well. So first it gives me the flat, then the percentage, and items like this one only give me percentage material. Then there's items like this one, which is occult damage. It would improve sacred, shadow, and aether. So if I have things like this one, where is it? This one can convert physical to sacred, and sacred damage can apply weakness. So different types of damage apply different ailments. So rent is bleeding, physical can stun if you spec into certain nodes, toxic applies poison, fire, burning, frost, freezing, whitening can shock, sacred can do weakness, shadow can do curse, and Aether can do stasis, and all of those can be seen here. If you go to the stats window and you scroll down, you have things like that. So inflict stasis, and if you're wondering what stasis is, you can hover over stasis and see. Stasis slows the movement and attacks of the target. Shock, you can do what it does. Whitening damage over time and additional whitening damage to shocked enemies in a small area around your target. Freeze, you can see, prevents target from acting or moving, so it's basically a paralyze in a way, but not really. And then your ability to burn fire damage over time and surrounding enemies. And yeah, bleeding, poison as I said, and then cursed is interesting. Cursed may spread the ailments to nearby allies, except the cursed target itself. And cursed is interesting. Then you have weakness, which makes them take more damage because it reduces their resistances and their damages. So weakened enemies do less damage and take more damage. That's why it's one of the best elements in the game. And okay, now what else was in the question? Yeah, elements in different types. And there's one more thing I wanted to show you guys. Something about the crafting system when the game launches. So give me a moment just to go to the right place. So
Thank you so much, laughing face.
I'm opening something here. I'm not sure whether you can see it. Not yet, maybe. Oh, you can see it. So this is what the gems would look like. I'm gonna show you this. Just quickly need to. So this is what gems would look like later when the game launches. I'm gonna show you the equivalent of this gem currently in the current version of the game. So amethyst, is it this one? So currently gems can have one offensive, one defensive, and one support. Let me check if you're seeing everything. Just a moment. I need alt and tab here. So yeah, you're seeing the gem. That's good. So you're seeing how it's different. You're seeing how we have 3 offensive, 3 defensive, and 3 support things. How do we decide which one is used? Currently, the items have offensive, defensive, or support sockets, and that is decided on the type of item. Armors like leg, chest, and helmet can have 1 here, 2 here, and 3 here, which are all defensive. So this one can have up to 2, everything would be defensive. This one up to 3, everything defensive. This one up to 1, everything defensive. And with the new system, it's still gonna be only defensive, but it can randomly roll 1 defensive, Maybe it could be defensive 1, the other could be defensive 2, the third could be defensive 3, or maybe all three of them would be defensive 2, or all three of them would be defensive 3. So you get it, you get what I mean. It's randomly decided which type of defensive socket it would be in the defensive SWAT. Weapons can have only offensive, offhands can have defensive and support. Rings, amulets and belts can only have support. So this is kind of an overview of the things that can get sockets. Shoulder, hand and boot armor cannot get sockets, unless there's maybe in the future some uniques that they introduce, but I doubt it. Unique items cannot get sockets unless it's a unique item that gives sockets like this one. Currently in the game there's only this unique item that gives you sockets, so there's not much I can tell about this right now. What else did I want to show you? So there's regions, different regions in the game. So this is what the items would look like in the new system. And this is what it looks like when they socket them. And this is some news from the website. So ethereal regions, the crafts will be based on item affixes, modifications and consuming socketed gems to force or protect specific affixes. What this means, it will consume those 3 sockets. And let's say they use one of the regions. So this is one of the regions, Abyssal tier, and those regions can get legendary versions. A legendary Abyssal tier would be able to be applied on legendary items but never unique items. So this removes a random magic effect when used on the item. So let's say I'm using it on this hammer. So on this hammer I can remove randomly wife leech, crit damage, toxic, sacred or shadow damage. And then it can add a random new effect. But this new effect, the type of that effect is chosen based on the type of socketed gems. So let's say I have socketed only shadow damage gems in my hammer, and I want to get shadow damage. That means if I have only shadow damage socketed in the gems, the chances of me getting shadow damage and removing an ability to get that one is higher. So you kind of have some sort of control over the way this works. Based on the socketed gems, and the higher the gem power, the higher level of magical effects. So if I have a tier 4 gem, I would maybe be able to get up to tier 4 bonuses. If I have a tier 1 gem, of course I'm gonna be only able to get maybe tier 1 bonuses. So there's another region, Entropy Orb. This rerolls all sorts of effects. It again consumes all the gems that I've socketed, and the gems that are socketed guarantee a magic effect that's dependent on the gems levels. And the type is again chosen randomly among all the types of gems in the item. So if I have different sockets, like I'm gonna quickly show you here. This is item with multiple types of sockets. It has support and defense because it's an offhand. So it also depends whether it's type 1, type 2 and type 3. This also is dependent. So it could be all defensive, but it could be defensive 1, defensive 2 and defensive 3. That means it will choose between all those different defensive types one of the things. And an example that the developers did later would be for this orb. I'm gonna show you in a moment. So this is Ohm's orb, removes a random magic effect, adds another one when used. It consumes all socketed gems to guarantee a new magic effect whose power depends on the gems levels. So this one only removes a socketed gem, and it protects the magic effect. So if I use Abyssal tier and I have only shadow damage socketed, I'm gonna protect my shadow damage, and then maybe I can lose the toxic and sacred. So let's say I'm trying to get rid of the toxic, and maybe I can socket shadow and sacred in my weapon. Then I can protect the toxic and the sacred and shadow, lose the toxic or the crit damage or the wife leech. Because let's say I'm stuck in cocooned damage. If I'm stuck in cocooned damage, I don't want toxic. And that's what you can do with this one. With this one, you add a new one replacing the old one. And with this one, you add a new one without replacing anything, as long as there's room to add a new one. So legendaries I think would have maximum of 6 sockets. This one only has 5. Whereas I have another one, this one has 6. So on this one I probably can't add new ones, but on this one I can't. So let's say I have Sacred and Shadow damage but no Toxic. And let's say I wanna add Aether because I'm stacking Occult damage. Then I'm gonna put Aether gems inside and try to add it by using Ereban's Tear. And quickly, if you use this one on this item, where is it? On this item, you can see it's 6 health regeneration and 4 shield regeneration. So what they got as a result was that they got this 6 health regeneration. So they kept the occult resistance, the material resistance, the rage generation on hit, ferocity, and dodge chance on score. So they consumed the health regeneration and the 4 shield. What was it? The 4
Man can't
shield
wait for the release of this game.
stuff. So definitely there's a lot of complicated crafting, but it's not that difficult. Once you get used to it, it gets easy. Once you understand how it works. So there are good things to do. There's a post. I'm gonna give you a link to the post if you wanna read it. And I also made a video about it if you don't wanna read it. There is the link. Just making sure. So if you wanna read it in detail, feel free to do so. That's the info you would need. And there's some more information. I'm gonna once I'm posting links, might as well post them all. This is a little bit of update about the upcoming changes, such as you would be able to collect dice. It's called tinting system. So you're gonna be able to dye your armors with different colors, different tints. So read those links. The second is about the tinting and the gates of fate, and the first one, the last one would be about the things that are coming when the game launches. I love sharing those links with the people. So let's put those things back into the warehouse in the meantime. Let's put this back here. Let's put this here. Maybe I can put this. Yeah, let's leave it there. Oh, and I'm not sure what I had here. I'm gonna do it like this. Okay, now, what were we about to do? Oh yeah, we were about to make a build. And I think we already made it. I had choices to make, so I could have gotten this 200 rage and willpower and gotten attack speed and force shield regeneration, or I could have gotten this, and this. So I'm not gonna have as much rage based damage, but I will have some. So this is a projectile build, which means my main damage is gonna come from Havoc Orb. And Phantom Blades as well could benefit from it. And I'm wondering if I should use this for extra crit damage. I'm gonna be experimenting now. I need to remove certain things.
Other window is still open.
Yeah, I will remove it. Thanks. There we go. Thanks for that. Thanks for the heads up. I might have kept it. Okay. Now, what else did I want to see? Some better accessories maybe. Do I want to use this one with extra pierce? Pierce allows you to do more damage because you're piercing the armor. Unfortunately, I don't have a really good one for physical pierce. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use what I've got right now. I need physical and material damage mostly, so I'm not changing much in regards to the setup. I'm just using rent. Using rent. Thank you DNT. Go there GF. Don't go there GF. Nice nickname. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to my Twitch. So I'm actually gonna
What
keep
does
this
little
edict.
blue bottom to the left of health orb do?
Do you mean this one? It's supposed to disable the auto attack. It's supposed to disable the auto attack, but I think this is getting changed because at the moment it's pretty bugged. It is pretty bugged at the moment. I can show you something. I can show you an image. I'm not sure whether you're seeing everything. Let me quickly fix it.
Dean Frederick, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
So this is the interface when the game launches, and as you can see,
thank you.
As you can see here, we can see this is what the interface would look like. We can see this is the willpower, and then this is the rage. Just a moment. So this is the willpower, this is the rage. This is where we would have the apocalyptic form, which would be a transformation that changes your skills on the skill bar. I want to move this, it's in the way. And then you see this is here, and you're gonna have two of them. You're gonna be able to switch between them right next to the potion. And this is the stamina, up to 8 stamina points, which is the dodge road, and this is the health, the force shield. So this is how the interface would look. Pretty neat, cleaned up, good interface. Typical Western style interface. So I hope this was a bit of information as well. Currently this is supposed to disable my dash attack. So if I click on an enemy, let's just roll some modifiers quickly. If I were to roll those modifiers now, when I click on the enemy there's dash attack, and I think this is supposed to disable it. See, I think it's disabled now. If I do it like that, see, this is dash attack. So this is what this is supposed to disable. So now I'm not focusing on the elements, rather on the direct damage. And a unique dropped. So the game definitely has a lot to offer, and I can't wait for it to launch. And again, if you're a player that's currently playing the game, feel free to hit me up. I've got some unique items I would like to get rid of, and by doing that help you gear up as well. Okay, that's an interesting setup I'm doing. I think Tracker's Reach I don't need. So instead of Tracker's Reach, I'm probably gonna add something else in the setup. Just make sure I'm safe. So instead of Tracker's Reach, and I don't need the bleeding Tracker's Reach anymore anyways. Oh, fuck, who's attacking me? Ah, never mind, that's the explosions. And an enemy in the ground. So what I would put here probably would be this one is always nice, and I can do something like this. Or maybe even something like this. Actually no, let's do it the other way around. It's easier for me that way. So I'm not gonna be doing much toxic damage with this one. I'm probably gonna keep it rent. I'm just testing stuff now. A lot of experiments going on. So this one, the way I made it is, it depends where my cursor is. So if my cursor is here, look at, if it's next to me, it's gonna be a short traveling distance. Like this one. But if my cursor is farther, like let's say I'm standing here and I do this, it makes like a circle around, having the peak of the circle being where my cursor is. This is good if you add extra projectiles. And you can add extra projectiles currently from a passive, like this one, but that removes the damage. Or there's an item that can add projectiles. A bow that can add extra 2 projectiles for skills that do projectile damage. And it's not just those skills that do projectile damage that I'm using. Like this one does projectile, this one does projectile, but there's also mage skills that do projectile and benefit from projectile damage. This one is a projectile, this one is a projectile, and this one says it's a projectile falling from the sky, but I don't think this benefits from projectile damage. I've not tested it enough, but this and this definitely benefit from it. And then there's the ranger skills.
Have
like
you
that
tried
one.
O'Malley belt, and do you think the magic find in it makes any difference on legendary and unique drop rate?
Well, I've tried it and I've noticed some more drops when I use it, but it might be just a confirmation bias on my end. It might just be coincidentally me getting more drops with O'Malley's belt, because at the moment I think it works. I think it works, but it's very RNG, so it's hard to predict it. It's very hard to tell. But I've definitely noticed more drops when playing with the belt. Especially when playing with someone else and I'm playing with the belt. I do try to use it when my build is not doing some sort of difficult content. Like at the moment I'm not doing something too difficult, so O'Malley's belt fits well. Because it's got different stats all over the place and it fits different builds. There's many builds that would fit with this belt as an extra farming setup. So it gives you all attributes, it gives you dodge chance, it gives you crit chance for attacks and spells and status ailment chance. And up to 50 magic find, so it's definitely a good belt for farming. And I do think it works. 48, 10, 16, 31. Okay, not a bad brooch. I still would rather play with mine though. Let's see what you get. And those chests, if you're seeing such a chest for the first time... Oh, Groot, is that tier 2? Tier 2. Haven't found one of those in a while. If you see those chests, they're kind of like a chest event in Diablo 3, where you have to kill some enemies to get some rewards. And the altars, like this blue thingy on the map that you're seeing, work the same way. It's like a shrine, but you have to defend against some enemies to get the buff. So it's not like Diablo shrines where you pick it and there you have the effect. It's more like champion shrines in Diablo where you have to kill some enemies. Or like a curse shrine in Grim Dawn where you have to kill some enemies, but it doesn't reward you devotion points. It just rewards your temporary buff like a Diablo shrine. And welcome back, Yazaru, if I forgot to say it. Nice to see you again. Road Topaz. Okay, let's go this way. Wondering what other projectiles can go for bleeding and rend damage. This can go bleeding, it seems. And rent. I don't want the bleeding, I just want the physical material damage. What about that one? It's still physical. I like this one. Where was it? Vertical barrage. And if I combine the vertical barrage with the... Let me just show you quickly. The vertical barrage is... I don't have the ability to use it, never mind. Yeah, and no pistol to show you. But basically it makes an area, a rectangle area that moves slowly forward. Otherwise it's just a circle of arrows raining from the sky. And if you combine this with this, it doesn't move forward, it just does the damage on that big area. I showed it yesterday. I'm gonna probably show it later today as well. Just wondering how to squeeze more damage out of this Havoc Orb. I'm definitely gonna need more rage. So I'm gonna have to sacrifice some things. Maybe sacrificing this would work and getting socketed items. Currently with this item and this item I just can't squeeze that much damage out of it. What if I were to do this? Oh, I put it in the wrong place. Fuck. Run away, run away. Okay. Yeah, I removed my Havoc Orb by accident instead of putting it on the number 4. Wondering how to optimize this. I mean, yeah, if I use a pistol and something else, it would be better. But if I use a pistol and something else, then I shouldn't use this unless my pistol has only material damage, and I still haven't found a pistol with only material damage. And converting this damage and this damage would end up losing you DPS in most cases. I will try it though. I'm gonna go to the town and get my pistol, socket it. So I had a triple socketed pistol here. Triple socketed with rent, lightning and shadow. That's gonna lose me a lot of damage from the rent and lightning. No, from the lightning and shadow. A lot of damage would be lost. And then I can equip a one-handed weapon. Either this or this or this, or maybe get this is lightning elemental. I don't want that for a physical only build.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you for asking, dude. How are you, Jan? Nice to see you again and welcome back. Allows me to cast Mark Impure. Oh, that's a great sword. That's a normal sword. Toxic, Fire, and Akut. That's all over the place. That's a Warhammer. Oh, that's a bit difficult now. Like, this is great, but with this I won't be able to use the Havoc Orb.
I'm good.
Good, good. It's good to be good. A lot of goods in this sentence. Well, I wanna try something. Okay, let's not go for material damage. Let's go for a mix of damages. Mix of damages, that means I'm probably gonna take this one. And then I'm gonna need Sacred Shadow and all of that flat damage. Let's get all the flat damage we can get. This is flat damage that I can get. This one has flat damage gems. This one has some flat damage gems. So let's remove all the gems now. Seriously, no room? Okay, there should be room now. Oh, I see, I see. Go there. Ah, fuck, I needed to remove this. So I need the best ones. 7, 11, 7, 12. So let's take the 7, 11, the 7. I think I know what I can do. I can maybe go for a coot damage based stuff. But this can't do coot damage, so it won't work. 7, 10, 7, 12. I want the 7, 12. And why did I add this into this place? 7, 12. So I think I can get better with other gems. I'm gonna put this and this and 7, 11 from here. I'm gonna check those. Those might be good ones. 6, 12, 6, 12. Can I get 7, 12 or 8, 12 from somewhere? Maybe this one. Sometimes difficult to get the right gems. I need to start storing them properly, but that's gonna be done when the game launches. 612, 611. I don't need 611. Come on, game. I know you wanna give me good stuff. 8 to 11. 8 to 11. I'm gonna get this one. If only I had a word of sacred. And I might actually do that. Stack up all the sacred damage I can get. That's gonna be the next test. Stacking sacred only. So let's do this and this. I'm gonna get that cooldown reduction because it's gonna be needed probably. That's not bad. Okay, I think that's the gear. I just need to remove some passives. So I need to remove those here. 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Then I can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit, if only I had one more point. I can get this 1 point from there. Okay. Did I have this one before? Then I think I did this. I think I did something like this before. I'm forgetting something. I'm not sure. I had this and I removed it. Then I removed 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 points I've removed. I'm still missing something I had before. Did I have the wife leech? Maybe I had the wife leech. Oh, maybe I had this one. Crit damage and crit chance. There's not much I can get now. Just checking the possibilities. Okay, let's get this crit damage and this crit chance score. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do Wrath of Saricel. Wrath of Saricel changes the map to only a single map. To those who are not familiar with this, we're wearing untainted enemies, and by doing so, we're changing the way the modifier of the maps behave, the way the map behaves. This endgame mode allows us to push different levels, different rifts. But with this change, I'm changing it to, instead of pushing multiple maps after maps after maps, I'm just doing a single map, and I'm getting all the wood at the end. There won't be wood from enemies, only from chests and from the end game chest, which is after killing the boss. End of map chest. And certain items can drop only in this mode at the moment. So things like this extra damage for unspent rage points. Or things that allow you, for example, on a pistol to use melee skills. Veteran 9, nice. Very solid stuff. So you can see they don't drop items, but the items drop from chest events like this one. And that's quite nice to have it. And grats for reaching Veteran 9 with Ailment Mage. Mages are definitely good for ailment setups, because you do get a lot of spell damage stuff from on the way to the ailment stuff. So you get both ailment damage and spell damage. I'm not sure whether the spell damage affects the ailments, but if it doesn't, it's still not bad. There's one thing I want, and this enemy that you saw, this is one example of an untainted enemy. So this now does fire damage. If I go for a full elemental build, which at the moment I can't, I can get this to do shit tons of damage with fire. If I could increase it. So you said you've seen people do 40,000 on this. they probably had rage bonus rings. With this build and with rage bonus rings, I can see this doing 30 something thousand, maybe even 40
My
when
resist
min
scores
maxed.
are all below 60. I
With
like
the
that
trio,
you can push high
with the
content
trio,
with the glass cannon.
glass cannon. Glass cannons are always nice if you can handle them. They're not everyone's cup of tea. I do prefer glass cannons myself, and being that guy that can get one shot by even the single hit. It's a bit of a challenge though. Playing glass cannons requires a lot of concentration. Like when I'm not streaming, I can concentrate a bit more and push further. But when I'm streaming, I'm normally not as efficient as I can be. But sometimes I've done some impossible things on different games. It's weird. Maybe tomorrow I can do a bit of Warhammer Chaos Bane, just as a difference. And Warhammer Chaos Bane compared to this game, it definitely is whacking, but it's not too bad. I mean, if you can get it discounted, it probably is gonna be able to provide you with a bit of fun times. But Wolcen currently, for the price you can get it, opposed to the price of Chaos Bane without discounts, it's definitely the one that I would suggest for people to spend their money on. It just Chaos Bane requires a bit more content and better itemization system to be able to compete with Wolcen. Seeing good damage on this though. Okay, I'm liking this. So this map ended, and this is what happens. You see victory screen, you see how much time it took you, untainted kills, enemies killed total, etc. Oh, damage per unspent rage points, not bad with the socket. And then you can even see more details with highest damage hit and etc. So my highest hit 44,000, probably from Warpath. This is a good armor, and if anyone wants it, let me know. Because that's 6 damage per unspent rage points and 1 extra socket. So you can see that that's the unique modifiers that can only drop in this mode. So things like this one, allowing you to cast Bulwark of Down, which is a spell, a sacred spell. It allows you to cast it on a two-hander. Just examples of things. This max willpower and rage only drops on rings and only in this modifier. Something very good with rage-based damage builds. Good force shield, health, crit damage, attributes. That's basically for a yellow amulet. This is amazing for survivability. Just checking what drops, and this gives us the ability to cast Hero of Etelio or Etelio, which is again a spell. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Actually, I wanted to check something here. Those Van braces. Ah, no damage. If they gave some sort of damage type together with the rage and willpower cost reduction, would have been nice. But on this mod you don't get as many uniques because you don't get as many drops. So this mod is only good to farm for those special legendary items with the special modifiers. And the good news is when the game launches we would be able to use Eneracts, not Eneracts but regions. We would be able to use those orbs, special orbs that give special effects. So we would be able to get orbs that give us the damage per unspent rage points onto the item. and give it to the item with a regent rather than having to farm for it. Wondering if I should swap this one out. Actually, I'm gonna do it. Let's do it. Let's use this instead of this. I'm gonna lose some HP though. From this one I get 300. Oh, I'm not gonna lose HP. Here I get roughly close to 300 and this one gives me 200 and I can get rather another 100-ish. Like 90 something. Let's pick the biggest one, 97. So my HP is not gonna be suffering that much from this. And it gives me cooldown together with the damage per unspent rage and some toughness. Not too shabby. Let's do veteran 1. Let's do some more of those modes. So this together with I'm gonna do this. Let's give them frost resistance. I don't do frost. Stasis chance, untainted, and accept. Fills up the hunt down enemies bar quicker, so you have to kill less enemies to fill it up on this mode. So it's perfect for speed running. You can do it in under 2 minutes. I mean, I've done it under 2 minutes with certain builds. If you have a very mobile build, you can just keep rushing, especially with this spell, this skill. But okay, I can already go for the boss fight. The thing is, you shouldn't die, because if you die you lose one of the ranks. So from S plus, if you die you go to S. If you die a second time, from S plus you go all the way to A. And it goes S plus, S, A, B, C, D, etc. So the more you die, the lower the rank. And it's not just you dying. If you have a teammate, it's all together. So if your teammate dies, everyone would get the lower rank. If you die, your teammate would get the low rank. So it's all about making sure that you stick together, protect each other if you're doing something a bit more difficult. Let's just take this one and bail out. Oh, damage per unspent rage points, 9%. I can save this and give it to someone who wants to try a build with it. And it's health and 4 shield, so not bad. It doesn't have cooldown reduction, so I'm not gonna use it myself. Pierced all projectiles. Pierced all projectiles is amazing for the damage that you can get. This probably could give me good damage. I wanna test it again. Let's see if I've got something with Pierce. Pierce. Nothing with Pierce at the moment. This one gives me a code damage though. And I do have a lot of a code socketed, so that might end up improving my damage. I'm gonna get the O attribute bonuses rather than ferocity, or maybe I can get ferocity, let's see. One ferocity, two ferocity. Oh, no. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Okay, so let's keep them with ferocity so I can know the results for now. So I'm not gonna need this one, but I'm gonna need those. And this helm, this helmet I'm gonna put, where did it go? Here. So quickly testing. First of all, I'm gonna test with those. Fire, frost, fire, frost. Now I'm using fire, and this gives me material which is not too much, but I'm getting some material stacking from my items. And I'm also gonna test how my damage will be with this one. And I wanna check something. Most of the damage for me at the moment comes from physical. So that's material, but if I were to change to a code damage setup, code damage here and code damage here and the code damage there. What
is the spin to win skill called?
The spin to win skill is called Blade Storm. Blade Storm is what you want if you're doing spin to win. A code damage, I had some code damage here. 22, oh that's a belt.
Thanks, buddy.
No worries, you're welcome. In the meantime, yeah, I can't change this one at the moment for something better. If only I had something with 2 times bonuses to attacks. So this is 1763, and if I go back to the material setup, thank you Wood JH for the follow, really appreciate it dude, welcome to the Struck Club,
Woot
enjoy your
thank
stay
you for
here.
the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
So going back to the material, it's a bit more damage than the other setup. So yeah, with material at the moment I'm doing more damage.
Is there any site for builds
Daniel
yet?
Svensson, thank you for the
yet?
follow dude, welcome to the Struck Club and you enjoy your stay as well. As for any site for builds at the moment, you can see builds for the beta. I haven't created builds myself, I'm waiting for the launch, but I can show you from where to check builds. There are some good people in the community, mostly Germans, that are making builds. So Chef Roxy, Stefan Wigner, and uh, and I
Do you
think
feel
Dreams
like there
might
is
be
enough
also
storage
German,
for items in
and
the game to
Skewer
have for
is from
multiple builds
Greece.
and characters?
At the moment, I'm a hoarder, so I think
Daniel
there isn't
Svensson,
enough storage,
thank you
but
for the
there will be
follow and
storage
welcome to
when
the
the game
Scrug Club.
launches. Currently, we only have 3 shared storage stashes, but you can create outs, and I can quickly show you something. You can create outs that are only endgame characters. So you don't have to complete the story every time. If I go to the main menu and create a new character, I can create it for endgame only. I would be able to do endgame mode instead of story. So you don't have to complete the story on every single character you make. You can just make a new one for Mew. Let's change character. Let's create. It doesn't matter what you select. This only decides what items you start with and what skills you start with. It doesn't decide the game for you. That's not a real quest. Just starting gear. Let's do Museby. Caps lock Museby. Museby is gonna be my Mew, let's say. So you do game settings and you select Soldier of Fortune. That means you're not doing the story. You're just doing. You're just starting out as a end game only character, and that way you can get power leveled. You can probably get for a few minutes all the way to level 20. And with this guy, you can use it as an extra storage, but when the game launches, we're gonna get more stash tabs. Currently we have 3 stash tabs. I think when the game launches, we're getting 5 or 6, or maybe more. I'm not sure whether there's information. I saw it somewhere, but I forgot where. Hmm. Let me check it. While the game is loading, I'm gonna look it up into the official Wolcen server. Stash tab. Yeah, I can't see the information, but I heard there's gonna be something regarding increasing those. I'm not sure where I read it, but I read that there's gonna be more stash tabs when the game launches.
Do you know if there's gonna be longer story mode when it releases?
The story would be 3 acts. Currently, you only have 1 act, so when the game launches, there's gonna be 3 acts. So, stash tabs. I'm looking through the news, but I'm not seeing anything about that. I'm looking through the different news here that I've posted, but yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a bit more storage, just not sure where I read it.
Are there good cutscenes for the story stuff?
Definitely good cutscenes. If you want, I can do a bit of story mode and show you. If anyone is interested, I can show you some story mode in a moment. Not right now, but you can see now with this character, I can access this shared stash, and I can just take some items, and there's that. So I can grab things like this one, this one. Let's take some of the gear. Making some room with the mule. If anyone wants those items, by the way, hit me up. I can give you items. Even if you're level 1, we can team up. I can drop you some gear. I can even help you power level if you've completed the story and you need some help with the final few level pushes. Okay, I've emptied some room. Let's exit this game now and go back to the big guy, to the main character. So hopefully they would add at least 5 or 6 stash tabs opposed to 3. I can later walk on this guy and then show you some story mode playthrough. If you want to see the cutscenes, there's definitely good cutscenes, and there's a good, interesting story which is more of a political story. It's more about kind of like, oh, wait, more about not the typical fight demons, etc. You're still fighting demons, but there's some. I don't want to spoil too much, but there's some personal stuff going for you. They try to make the story personal for the character. So there's personal relationship stuff going on there, and yeah, I don't want to say words that would spoil so much of the story because I know many people would want to experience the story themselves. And if you don't want me to spoil too much for you, let me know, because in a moment maybe I'm gonna do a few more maps and then I can do a bit of story just to show you some of the cutscenes. And to avoid spoiling that,
LOL,
just
even the
let me
menus
know.
look Diablo 3-esque LOL.
Probably, and that's not a bad thing. When it comes to HUD design, UI design, Western games have always been a bit better than the, for example, Asian MMOs that kind of have eye cancer UI design, like filled with so much stuff in one place and not being able to change things. I'm a big fan of games that allow me to customize my HUD by removing some elements or by moving around some elements and scaling it with percentages. So in this story we have this guy who adopted us. I'm just gonna show you something that's not a big spoiler. It's given to us as an information at the start. This guy adopts us, and that's our sister, that's our brother, if I'm not mistaken. Adopted sister, adopted brother. I think this guy adopted all three of us. So that's supposed to be us here in the middle, and the guy behind us who was called, let me see his name. Preskit artwork and
AHH, that's
wallpapers.
cool.
Heimwalk. So this guy is called Heimwalk. You can probably not see it because that's too zoomed in. But
Man, why does February 13th feel so long away?
uh, wait, why is it zooming so much? I want it to fit. Shit. Sorry, sorry for this. Fit to width. It doesn't want to fit.
Miss Hacks, thank
This
you
is
for the follow
Heimwalk.
and welcome to the Struck Club.
Hello, Miss Hacks. Welcome indeed to the Struck Club. Hope you enjoy your stay and have fun. And thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. So this guy is the one, Heimwalk, who adopts us. These are some art images from the press release. Okay, let's go. So just quickly want to check something here. The damage, does it change?
Where are you from?
Me, I'm from Bulgaria, a little country in southeastern Europe, in the middle of nowhere roughly. So with those rings I'm gonna be testing, and then later I'm gonna be testing with this ring. I think the material one would be better. Yeah, the difference is very small. I'm gonna go for this for now. And what about if I use this and this? Much better. And if I use this, not as good, because it takes the... Yeah, for now I'm gonna play a bit with those rings though, just to see how it goes. So let's do veteran 1 this time around, just a quick farm. And then later, after a bit of playing here, I can show you some bit of story, just so you can see some of the cutscenes and things that we do. Currently the story is only one act, but when the game launches in 3 weeks or so from now, on the 13th of February, it's gonna have 3 acts. 3 acts, so that's gonna be a lot to encounter that I've not seen yet for me. I'm gonna try and rush the story when the game launches, push through it, and then max out a character as soon as I can, and then start doing builds and showing stuff for everyone. That's end game. Let's give them lightning resistance. Let's give them this, and let's give them this and this, and accept. Okay, it's loading. Let's give it some time to make sure it's all loaded. It's loading at the start of the map. After it loads up, it's okay. Can I reach there? Oh, it reaches over there. Not all the way there though. Okay, let's do a charge over here. Ah, shit. When you're climbing on ledges, this skill kind of ends up hitting what you don't want it hitting. Wow, almost died there from those exploding spears.
You think Wolcen gonna have a good launch?
I hope it does. I think this game deserves a good player base, a big player base. I hope the launch isn't filled with many bugs. They took extra 2 weeks to polish the game, to make sure it launches well, to make sure there aren't many annoying bugs when the game launches. So far I'm not expecting a game to be perfect when it launches and to not have a single bug. That's almost impossible. There's always gonna be bugs, as long as they try to flatten out the bad bugs and just leave the minor ones that we can live through. Things that are blocking the progression of a game, or that are plain annoying, like not doing damage after using a certain skill, or falling through the ground, things like that are definitely things they want to be fixing. If it's a minor glitch, then I'm okay with it being on there. And I hope the word of mouth spreads and people learn that this game is good. It's got fast visceral combat, it's got decent graphics. So some people don't care about the graphics and that's fine. But for those who do, this game can offer good, smooth, crisp looking effects. The combat is very fast paced and visceral, so it's definitely someone... It feels action. It's not an ARPG that doesn't feel the A in the ARPG abbreviation. So the A is here. Fire Aether Sacred. That's a very good triple socketed, triple flat damage pistol. If this one was Shadow, Sacred and Occult, it would have been amazing with 3 sockets, but it isn't. Gore Maker, yet another. By the way, if anyone is playing the game and needs items, let me know, guys. I also need some items myself to try before the wipe. And yes, there will be a wipe. If you don't know, the game is wiping right before the launch. So basically on the 29th, 6 days from now, the online servers are closing, which is when I assume the wiping would happen. All of the online data would get wiped, we're gonna lose all the characters, and we would be able to play offline. Between the 29th of January and the 13th of February, when the game launches, we would be able to play offline. But I don't think we would be able to play our online characters offline. Currently, there aren't chat channels like looking for group trading, etc. I think this would be a great addition if they add it. I think looking for group channel and guild channels, maybe adding guilds with guild channels, would be a great system for the game. We need social hubs. We need to be able to team up with a group of like-minded players who have the same goals, be it pushing further down the expeditions, or just farming basic items, or just doing some story with outs and whatever. It's gonna be nice to have social hubs, and I think the matchmaking could also use some improvements. Because currently, once the game starts, there's no way for someone to join it. There's only way for other people to join my game, or me joining their game if we're queuing at the same time. So we still have queuing up for story or soldier fortune, which is the end game mode. But currently the way it works is only if you're queuing at the same time. So if you're not queuing at the same time, we cannot find each other and join each other's matches. And that's something that needs to change. Diablo 3 has a great type of matchmaking in regards to having options to pick what you want to matchmake for. Be it greater rifts, regular rifts, bounties, etc. Diablo 3 did well in this regard. As I say, Diablo 3 may have its downsides and badly executed things like the itemization in the game, being centered around set items and all of that, but it does have some very good things. The key things I personally don't like in Diablo is the unlimited paragon levels, and the itemization being set items deciding what the best is. Currently, if you're not doing a set build and you're doing LON, you're probably fine, but most of the times if you're using a certain skill around the build, you want to use a certain set, and that's not that fun, whereas with this game you don't have actually sets at all. You're mix matching different uniques with legendaries, with different modifiers, and that decides the build. And that's an amazing way of making it. It's not removing the choices from the players. If one player wants to combine unique A with unique B and unique C, that's fine. Whereas maybe a different player might want to combine unique A, C, F and G without using unique B. So that's also fine. Like, different things work differently, and currently if I'm not doing a physical damage, material damage build, I probably may decide to get rid of this. If I'm not doing attacks, I don't need this if I'm a spellcaster, if I'm not using attacks at all. But if I'm using attacks, I definitely want this unique because it gives me flat damage, which I normally can't get from gloves. So almost every attack based build would wanna use this unique item because it's that good. Unless you're really not using a single type of material damage and a single type of attack. Like if you're doing a spellcaster, even a material based spellcaster wouldn't benefit that much from those gauntlets because they can only give you 25, maybe up to 30 material damage. Whereas with a legendary item you can get 35 material damage easily. Definitely things to consider depending on the build. And another thing, speaking of spellcasters and uniques, I'm gonna show you quickly. This ring is not good for spellcasters. I mean, yeah, it could give you poison chance score on toxic damage even if you're using a spell toxic, but it's giving you toxic damage to attacks.
So material DMG is diff to physical DMG?
No. Physical damage is material. So material equals physical, but physical also equals material. But material also equals rent. And material also equals toxic. So if I have percent material damage, that means I'm getting percent rent, toxic and physical at the same time. So if my weapon gives me physical, rend and toxic, and I get some bonuses to material damage, that means all three of them, physical, rend and toxic, would get increased. Just look at this weapon, you can see what element is in which category. So fire, frost, lightning are elemental, sacred, shadow and aether are occult. And as I was saying, this ring does not go well for casters because it gives you damage to attacks. And this one also doesn't go well for casters because it gives you bonus damage to melee and to attacks. Whereas this ring, from a unique perspective, is the only one that can give you damage on a spell caster, because it gives you damage % regardless whether it's attack or a spell. Also gives you force shield, which some mages use, and some O attributes and some movement speed. So currently each 3 categories of damage have 3 subcategories, 3 types of damage in those categories. Let's try with 2 projectiles now. Oh shit. I kind of got screwed. I'm just waiting for the AoE wave to end up, not being here. Oh shit, I'm just getting wrecked at the worst possible place. Okay, so yeah, one of them pulled me while the other one, I was trying to get rid of it. So there's definitely some fun combat mechanics on the enemies here. Those devourers are kind of like your butcher. That's similar to the butcher. No. So this adds 2 projectiles, but each projectile, look at the damage. So the damage here is 10,000, that's based on my rage. So from 10,000 I get 3 of 5,000, so in a way it's more damage if I make sure all 3 projectiles hit. And the further away I shoot, the more spread out they are. So if an enemy is close to me, it's gonna get hit by all 3 of them. I can get this skill to do 6 projectiles with the right items and the right passives. So there's one item, a unique bow that gives me 2 projectiles, and then there's... Die. Then there's this skill here. This skill gives you 1 extra projectile, but it reduces the projectile's damage. So I'm not a big fan of using this one. Definitely not what I prefer using. Pierce strength 1 targets.
I'm not a fan of ranged skills.
You want melee? Okay, next I can do a melee. If you're all about the melee, I can do melee, but you've already seen me do melee though. You've seen me do spin to win, you've seen me do what's it called, that Anvil's Woe. You've probably seen me do bleeding catch, but there's a lot of good stuff for melee in the game. I'm gonna be doing a bit of story mode in a while, so if anyone is interested in seeing story, let me know. You can type something in the chat like, hey. You can type Y or N if you wanna see story mode in a bit after 2-3 more maps.
Is there any other than spin 2-win build as meal? Please link IIT. I wanna see
I can show you some other melee builds. I can do something that's not the typical melee build, which is the melee rogue.
What?
The assassin. Do you like assassin builds? Okay, Marcus wants to see some story. I'm gonna be doing some story later. Let's do a few more maps with some... I'm gonna show you an assassin build now. Assassin melee build. Let's pick the skills first. First of all, I want to be using...
Green. Thank
Hello,
you for the
Green
follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
BN.
What is your favorite skill?
My favorite skill? This is my favorite skill. Warpath. Warpath is just great. Let me just show it. This one. It allows me to move very quick. It deals shit tons of damage. Someone has already done 140 something thousand with this skill. With min-maxed setup. So it's definitely...
That skill is amazing.
That skill is definitely amazing. It's my favorite skill. Hands down, this is my favorite skill. I'm not ashamed to say it. So what I wanted to show you was an assassin setup with Slayer's Fury. And
that's crazy.
And then I probably can't use Aether Jump, but I will get Aether Jump. And then what else do I wanna do? I'm gonna do Shadow Assassin build,
that
so I'm gonna need this.
To my action bar.
And I'm gonna need this. The Shadow Assassin. So I'm gonna need this one, and I think I had a good dagger. Where was my shadow dagger? Shadow dagger, where are you? Are you hiding somewhere here? Actually, this is my shadow dagger. Or no, that's not it. Well, I had a very good dagger with some shadow damage. I'm gonna find it. It's hiding somewhere here. It was shadow and to code damage bonuses. Well, even if I don't find it, let's see. This one is Rend Frost Whitening, not the best. This one, Shadow. Okay, I can keep this one. Instead of a dagger, I can probably use this one. But yeah, one-handed weapon with some occult, shadow, and sacred damage. Oh, this one. This one, this item, if it had 3 sockets, would have been what I want to use, because it gives me sacred, shadow, and occult. So I can go for occult damage. Because currently I'm gonna be converting. I'm gonna be benefiting from extra shadow damage, but I would not be able to do a lot of elemental or material with this setup. I'm gonna be using this and this as well. And I'm not gonna need this one. Would I need cooldown? I'm probably not gonna need the cooldown that much, so let's get that one here. Although maybe I might need the cooldown. This also gives me access to shadow spells. So being able to use shadow spells for this setup would be amazing, because it's gonna allow me to use things like Winter's Grasp Shadow version, which normally is a Ice Nova, but since it's a shadow spell and this allows me access to shadow spells, I'm converting the Frost to Shadow. And it also, the spells would cost Rage instead of Willpower. So I can do this, and that would give me extra bonus damage. So just gonna quickly switch some things around. If I equip this would give me spell cost reduction, which means this would cost less rage. This would also allow me to use the Thunder Strike if I want to. Although I'm probably not gonna use Thunder Strike. So the thing is, I can't use Sovereign Shout unless I use a dagger. That's why I want a dagger here, not a pistol. And I had a good one, I'm not sure if I gave it away or not. Toxic Sacred Occult, but this is one-handed sword. Maybe I could use this one, because it gives me percent occult damage and gives me sacred. The toxic damage is wasted, but I don't have a better one.
Story time.
So one-handed, one-handed, one-handed. Story time after a couple of maps. Don't worry, I'm gonna do the story. I've not decided not to. So I just need shadow damage sockets. So this is shadow, and this is shadow, and I'm gonna put this here for now. And I want extra shadow damage as well. So I'm gonna take this this extra shadow damage. This is my shadow assassin setup I've been playing a few days ago. Oh, I did something I should not have. Instead of the 611. So this is how I do this. This goes here, this goes here, this goes here. And this one I don't need it, but let's put it somewhere here for now. And I want a occult damage stacking stuff, so this is occult damage, 22%. This is shadow damage. This gives me extra damage to attacks and to spells and extra occult damage, so I'm probably gonna go for that one, unless I had a better one somewhere. I don't think so. So now I want occult damage. I can get 25% here, and here I can get another 32%. And then here I can get 17. Here I can get 26. But I think the 26 would be better overall, because it's the same rage and willpower, but a bit more damage, and I'm also getting some wisdom to give me extra bonuses. Occult damage, shadow damage to spells. Let's see, there should be something with occult damage somewhere here. Occult damage. Hmm. I'm gonna keep the one I've got right now, maybe for now. So I'm not able to use phantom blades with this, unfortunately. That means I'm gonna be using that one. Wait, why am I unable to use... Oh, it's not a dagger. Ah, damn. I had a good dagger, I just don't know where it is. Well, I'm gonna have to use the other one. There's no way around it. I'm gonna have to use the other dagger. It's my only triple socketed dagger for now. Unfortunate, but I'm gonna lose some damage. Because if you wanna see why I'm losing damage, look at that. So look at the scimitar. 1467, look at the dagger. 1668, but look at the dagger, what it gives me. It gives me rend, frost and whitening. It gives me things that are getting reduced, and if I switch my passives, you're gonna see the results. Because I'm gonna need to switch the passives. And now look at it that way. We're doing melee. And We're doing this as well. We're doing this as well. And that's extra melee weapon damage. I need the wife leech here. I need the rage. 1, 2, 3, 4. And here it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, definitely easier to do it that way. Two more points are left, so let's pick something good. I'm wondering if I should grab this attack speed or go for attack critical, or maybe rage cost reduction and a bit of HP. A tankier setup is not a bad option. And I want... Alright, let's do it like this. Let's get extra attack speed. So just showing here 1668, and now with the sword 1469. As I show you, when I switch the passives, it's definitely a huge difference. And when I do this, it's not bad. Let's go. So that's some melee. I'm gonna do a few more maps on this one, and that's something that I don't normally play. Oh, and actually don't want those gauntlets. Oh, no, never mind. I'm doing attacks. So this physical damage on attacks is not so bad on this build. If I was doing purely spells, I would want to remove this. But I'm still doing some bits of material damage. So let's give them toxic resistance, or maybe elemental. Let's give them damage. Let's give them... Well, I'm gonna have
you
to
made a
give them
toughness build?
I've made toughness builds, a lot of them. I've made toughness builds that can go up to 6-7,000 HP when not min-maxed. Probably I can get it up to 10,000 HP when min-maxed. Toughness builds are better if you want to push harder, so you're not gonna do a lot of damage, but you're gonna be able to survive more. Alright, another one of those rings that I'm using.
Wow, that's cool as shit.
It is indeed. And this build, when we get wife leech from gems, we're gonna be able to get wife leech from gems. This build would be very strong when we get this. to get from sockets extra wife leech. And this with a lot of attack speed, I can get the attack speed to be even stronger. I'm gonna show you a bit more wife leech. So we can get extra wife, not wife leech, but extra attack speed from this. If I were to use those two rings, I'm getting a lot of attack speed. Like at the moment my attack speed is 31.7. If I use those two rings,
doing that in any guide?
25.6. I haven't done any builds yet because, as I said, most of the things would become very outdated in 3 weeks from now. So I'd rather wait for the launch and then provide you with good content that's not outdated. I did this mistake for Borderlands 3. I did some builds before the game launched. And since before the game launched we didn't have access to the items in the game, we didn't have access to everything that we can get as anointments, and the builds kind of ended up outdated on day one. And this would happen with this game when it launches. Most builds done in the beta would be okay as a starter build until you level up. But currently we have 20 levels. The game would have 90 levels when it launches. So there's gonna be so many differences, and there's gonna be so many new passives. So I'd rather give it some time, and I'd rather be patient and wait for the launch, and not bother about doing builds right now. For now all I'm doing is experimenting, seeing some synergies between skills and passives. Also the skills would have 2 times the modifiers. There's also gonna be 2 times the skills. Currently we have 20, we're gonna have 40. Currently we have 20 skills, we're gonna have 40 skills. Currently every skill has up to 8 or 9 modifiers. We're gonna have much more. We're gonna have 16 modifiers for each skill. So just so many things. I currently am not using the correct modifiers on this skill, by the way. So just quickly wanna check what I'm using here. I'm using the ailment setup, and I don't want the ailment setup. I want this one. I was not using the shadow one, so now now I should be doing more damage because of the shadow. But I need more rage. To max out the damage I need more rage. And we also have this one, because it's a shadow spell. Oh, and this one shot, 2-shot combo. He knocked me back, stunned me, and yeah.
Ha ha ha.
He definitely trolled me badly. This guy is a bit of a difficult to deal with on some builds. And with this one, if you keep dashing left and right, you can end up doing more damage. Oh, and I think my teleport is also not using the right, because I didn't change the modifiers.
Do you like the mobs so far?
Some of the mobs I'm a big fan of. Some of the mobs are a bit annoying, but not to a way where you would want them to be different. So with this one you can see with those rings I've got like 6% more attack speed when using the green rings. But if I want more damage and less attack speed I can do this. But that changes my attack speed to from 31 to minus 28. So I lost like 50% attack speed. But you're gonna be able to see in a moment, it's so much slower but it can do a lot more damage. You can immediately even hear how slow it is. And I still think maybe the best option is using those rings. Let's see the new one that dropped, by the way. I think it's an upgrade to that one here. One less O attributes, but a bit more movement speed and the same damage. Little less HP. So let's swap it. This one is up for grabs if anyone wants it.
Did you ever get into Path of Exile and how does it compare to this?
I played Path of Exile in closed beta in 2012 or 2013. I've played Path of Exile every now and then. I played during the Delve League. I played during the Synthesis League. I played during what was the other league? I kind of forgot. So I did play Path of Exile, but definitely not a big fan of some things in there. And I'm having much more fun playing even games like Chaos Bane, which is kind of still very lacking in terms of stuff to do compared to Path of Exile. But I still have more fun playing games like Chaos Bane as the casual player I am, rather than Path of Exile. But this game would be currently, together with Torchlight Frontiers, those would be my two most played ARPGs. Torchlight Frontiers for a bit more casual playstyle. This one if I wanna have slightly less casual playstyle. This game is kind of in the middle between Path of Exile and Torchlight in terms of how hardcore it could be. It could still have shit tons of challenges and content for the min-maxers, for the people who wanna be in the top 1% or 2% or whatever. So you're still gonna be having people who are much stronger than the others because they've synergized their builds better and can do Champion 9 quicker than the others. But we're gonna have to see how it goes once the game launches. I do think though that Path of Exile is definitely not my kind of game. The way it's set up, there's so many things that are just not set up to make it fun for me. And yeah, it's turned into Monopoly rather. People play it to trade and to... But the way the drop rates are, you really want to be trading. The RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG is too much in Path of Exile, so some items you can't get unless you really get very lucky or try and spend a lot of money on crafting them. In this game I think it's a bit better. You don't really need that much better gear to do the hardest content. What you need to do though is to get a good build, and like Path of Exile it's gonna be difficult to get a proper build in this game. It's still gonna be a bit easier, and there's still gonna be a bit more balance, I think. And it's still gonna offer a lot more possibilities as meta builds compared to Path of Exile. Because at the moment, what is it, 20-30 builds in Path of Exile each league that are the meta, that can do bosses without problems, that can do labyrinths without problems, that can push everything without having too much trouble. And I think this game would have much more opportunities. Okay, let's do one more map and then I can show you some story mode. Because it's almost 11 in the evening and I normally stream until half past midnight, maybe 40 past midnight or so. So I can show you a bit of story. Okay, this is a very fun setup. It's like a battle mage rogue.
So how about Torchlight Frontiers, how does it compare?
Torchlight Frontiers is shaping up pretty well. It's gonna be the perfect game for the more casual crowd that doesn't wanna care about is my build good or not. The way Torchlight Frontier works at the moment is regardless of what skill you pick up, you're still gonna be able to complete anything. But the thing is, this anything at the moment is not much. So currently we only have map works in Torchlight Frontiers as endgame content because they haven't even started focusing on the endgame content. They've been focusing on adding the core systems such as the enchanting, the god skill, not the god skills, but the, what should I call it, the pet skills and the passive skills synergies with the active skills. So when you get an active skill that you no longer need to use as an active, you can still keep it as a synergy, as a passive. So certain things, I can stream some Torchlight Frontiers tomorrow for whoever is interested, and I can explain with the game in front of me. And I can also tell you about changes that are coming to the game. Currently the game is getting a new patch. Maybe this week, maybe next week, maybe after 2 weeks, we'll see. It's coming. And it's update 10. And it's a Jubilee update, the biggest update since the alpha started. Currently we only have three classes with the fourth one in the works, and the fourth one is supposedly super fun, but we can't tell you anything about the fourth class other than that it's been teased as a portrait. We've seen the portrait of a braided girl, but we would have genders, so the fourth class would not be gender locked. The only class that doesn't have genders is the robot, because it's a robot forged. Currently we have Railmaster, Shadow, not Shadow, but Disc Mage and Forged. And there's 2 frontiers, but we're gonna have a 3rd frontier with the next update, which is coming very soon. So that's gonna be the way frontiers are. They're like acts, but they're not the typical way of seeing acts. Like they're not do this act, do that act. There's like, let's say you're playing Diablo 2, but with the opportunity to do Act 1 and then go to Act 3 and then go back to Act 2. And like, oh, let's say you have all acts and all things unlocked at the start for Diablo 2. Imagine Diablo 2 but with all the acts unlocked without having to do them linearly, like doing Act 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. But you can, for example, do Act 4, then decide to go to do Act 3, or maybe do a bit of Act 2, then move and do a bit of Act 1. So that's how frontiers work. You start off with just the first frontier unlocked, and then eventually as you get level 7, 8, in that frontier, you start unlocking the next one. And you don't have to finish doing the first frontier before starting the second one. You can do a bit of leveling in this one, you can do a bit of leveling in the other one. This is how it works at the moment. And there's gonna be a wipe in Torchlight Frontiers because they decided to change things drastically. My guess is they no longer would tie the player levels with frontier levels. The way it works at the moment is you have 2 frontiers, each frontier is maximum level 50, and each frontier level gives you a total character level up to maximum of 100. But I think since they're adding a new frontier, they still want to keep the maximum player level as 100, which is 100 skill points to spend on your skills, but they want the frontier levels probably to be separate from that. And this is a good thing, this is something I actually wanted. That way, maybe we would have the leveling up separate in the frontiers and in the levels. Maybe leveling up in a certain frontier would not be tied to leveling up our character. This is just me guessing, but what I'm guessing is probably each frontier level would still give us a level total, but once we reach 100 we would stop leveling the total levels. We would still level up the frontier levels. And what the frontier level decides is the item level. The higher your level in one frontier, the higher the item level you can get from this frontier. So probably the frontiers would be just places to get different types of gear. Currently, if I'm in level 50 frontier zone of the Hybrid frontier, the poison frontier, let's call it, and I have a level 50 item from the Goblin frontier. This level 50 item would act as a level 47 item. because it's from the wrong frontier, so there's 3 levels penalty if I'm using item from the wrong level, from the wrong zone. It doesn't mean that my item is still shit. It's actually just 3 levels difference, so it's not too bad. I normally even play with mixed gear. I don't try to have my gear being only from one frontier, because those 3 levels barely make a difference. So it's not like you have to start over, it's not like your gear would not be strong enough in a new frontier. And it's hard to explain it, but yeah. If I have the game tomorrow, I can probably explain it to everyone in game and showing some things. Also, more things for giving away to others who might want them. This one and this one. 3 more items, 4 more items I can give away. So let's try and finish this map and then bail out of here and do some story. But Torchlight Frontiers is, as I said, it's very balanced. It doesn't matter what build I've got. The builds offer you variety in playstyle, not meta. So even the CEO himself said he's not the kind of person who wants to have to look online for builds to be able to complete the game. He wants to just pick some skills and be able to play the game. So different skills just offer a different playstyle, and every playstyle would be okay with every content. Of course, more synergized builds would be more OP and would be able to complete the content easily. But as you level up, you're gonna have some difficulties. And of course, defenses matter a lot, because in the right frontier, you probably want to have the right defenses to be able to survive. Because even in the way it is right now, Torchlight Frontiers can offer enough challenges so you can end up dying, even though it's a bit more casual. You can always lower the difficulty and lose some gear work, which is the magic find in the game. You lose XP, you lose gear work, and you lose gold work. So you're gonna be finding less gold, you're gonna be finding less legendaries and unique items, and you're gonna get less XP if you lower the difficulty. And it has 5 difficulty levels at the moment. I normally play on difficult, which is in the middle. But there is painful, I think, and ridiculous after difficult. So I do play on ridiculous every now and then if I want to test how strong something is. Okay, let's go back to the town and do some story. Do you want me to start the story from the start, from the very beginning, or do you want me to go on my level 8 character? What do you guys want to see? I'm gonna quickly go and take a leak while it's loading, but before I start loading, I'm gonna just wait for you to let me know whether you want to see the story from the very beginning, or whether you want me to jump from somewhere in the level 8, kind of, not the middle,
go
but
a
let's...
little into the story so we don't see the beginning. I say asterisk.
Okay, that's good, that's good. Let's do that then. Let's go into this one here. Because yeah, there's some spoilers in the beginning and I'd rather not show you those spoilers. There probably would be some spoilers here too, but can't avoid them. If I'm doing story, I can't avoid spoilers. But yeah, this is kind of already started in a way. Oh, not create. So I'm gonna start loading up and I'm gonna go take a leak because I've been holding it for a while. And if you're on Twitch, I can cue some ads to watch, but if you're not on Twitch, there's not much I can do. I can just put this be right back screen for you guys. This one. Okay, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Let's go back into the game. Okay, when I'm out and tap, it votes slower, and I was out and tapped. Let me double check everything's okay. All my chats are on the screen. I think I'm ready, yeah. So yeah, the initial loading is very slow and I don't have the game installed on an SSD, but they made improvements for people who have the game installed on SSDs. You used to need to do some commands on the Steam launch, but I don't think you need to do that now. I think it works fine even without it. So I started building for a projectile based build. I started building for this projectile based setup, but I can probably remove this one extra projectile and get something else. Do I have affinity though? Not enough primordial affinity. That's fine, I can just buy some things here and get some affinity. What? Did I set it to the wrong?
Running on SSD without doing anything special.
Yeah, currently you don't need to do anything special. You used to need to do something on the Steam command line, but you no longer need to do it. It's already done for you. Before, well, while they were testing this experimental feature, we needed to do something on the command line in Steam, but at the moment all you need to do is just run it on an SSD. So let's get all the projectile damage. I want the pierce. And then there's that. And then what else might I want to get? I want some crit stuff, so I'm gonna go for some crit stuff. And now let's go. Let's go see what my next quest is.
Look who's here.
Thunderblade
I must say,
Farad.
I'm impressed, soldier. When Sandor told me you single-handedly saved the farmlands, I couldn't quite believe it. But here you stand, victorious.
Glad I could help. I'll be on my way now.
What? Nonsense. Everyone is talking about the hero who stopped the sphere, including the merchant prince himself. He actually wants to reward you in person.
I'm not sure it's a good idea. I would rather keep away from honors.
Declining our ruler's invitation is not an option. Go to the palace. The guards will let you in.
So I was not talking during the text just to make sure you enjoy the voiceover.
No, sir,
And I might
fifth time, you are not
actually increase the dialogue a bit.
There must be a mistake. Check the bees. I must be in the bees.
Sir, could you kindly move aside? We're on the list, unlike you.
I need to see the merchant prince at once. My family demands measures against these earthquakes. Let me through.
What's happening? Okay, never mind, I can move
So
now.
much for keeping a low profile. Val will kill me.
This one. An onyx.
This is one of my favorite places in the game. Just look at the shiny reflections of this marble and this gold.
Imbecile. Let's start again.
And there's probably something to be done here with this map later. I'm assuming this would have something to do where we're clicking on those maybe. Because look at that, I can highlight the gems. There's like, it's as if this is the map of the world and then there's some hot points where we can go to. We'll see. So let's go talk to the prince or king or whatever this dude is.
Meet Merchant Prince Damascus of Stormfall, keeper of the Sea Jewel, the city, and all its people.
On behalf of the people of Stormfall, I thank you and hereby name you the champion of the city.
Sir?
My lord.
My lord, I'm glad I could help, but I would really like to avoid the champion thing and go back to my daily routine.
Your humility honors you, champion. But smile and rejoice with us. Your bravery saved many lives. You made this a day of victory.
Look, they aren't even saved. The Spheres were not attacking. They were fleeing the phenomenon from the deep.
Enough! Leave us!
Milord?
Now!
Yes, milord.
You saw the apparitions, didn't you?
There's more and more of them. You have to warn your people.
Not a chance.
You can't keep your men in the dark. They aren't prepared for this.
I am doing what's best for the city. Mass panic won't do anyone any good. I have allies studying this phenomenon. They will bring me answers. Then we shall act with what little forces we have left. Until then, keep this to yourself if you really want to help the city.
And
No more delays. I should
a
make you found
reward.
out.
Since I'm doing attacks and spells with projectiles like Fireball and the Spear, Fire Whitening, or do I want... I'm gonna go for this Frost and Fire. Unfortunately, I don't have Woby uniques to take from my warehouse, but that's fine. We're keeping it simple without using shortcuts to get extra gear from my warehouse,
is
from my
bloody dangerous
high level
game.
items. So now off to do the... I think we're gonna have to fight some assassins or something, or maybe that's later.
Stay in line if you want food.
This must be it. Let's hope she's in there.
Yes, that's the one I... Yeah, it's gonna be a fight. This fight used to be a tough one
Greetings, dear
back when
customer.
I did it for the first time
Deepest apologies. All our rooms are
in the
full.
summer.
You should search elsewhere
I think
for
in June
accommodation.
when Content 1 came.
Yes, that's not what I'm here for. Look, did you see a tall blonde woman around? Tad crazy? Does that ring any bells?
I haven't seen such a woman, sir. So maybe you should really look for her outside.
You're acting weird. You okay? Hello?
Go. Just go now.
What the?
Aha, you're definitely the one.
I'm sorry. They were here before you arrived. I didn't know what to do.
An Alistair? Tell me, friend, why is an elite Republican assassin coming for me? We're on the same team here.
Oh, there's no need to panic, friend. I'm just here to escort you back to camp.
You two aren't going to fight, are you?
You should go now. Where's Valeria?
Oh, you'll see her. But right now, you drop your weapons and come with me.
Where is she?
Oh, you're smarter than you look. Don't make this harder than it has to be. If you don't come quietly, you'll be branded as a deserter. Then I'll have the authority to handle you.
Handle me? You do not just handle one of the children of Hemlock. Start dancing, dead man.
So be it.
So this one's a bit of a
Now,
pain in the
take him
bum to
down.
deal with.
I'm done toying with you. Let's finish this.
This is not good.
Much easier
Not
than I
good at
remember
all.
it, but the first time I played
Why
it I was
send
playing on a
Alistair for
mage and
me?
it was in the summer before
Something must
balancing
have happened to
the
Val.
story combat, by the way. Unfortunately. maybe I can use this. A little less ferocity, but I'm getting some force shield. Okay. Let's go find the flare outpost.
Coming, Val.
I do need a mobility skill, so let's see what this gal can sell for me. Okay, I don't want those skills. It would be great if I can get Aether jump. Look at the grass, how it's moving when we move. I'm really a big fan of this. So where do I need to go? Farmlands. Oh, I'm in the farmlands. And we can't use our overlaid map in this story mode, which is kind of okay. Now, do I go up or down? I think up. Oh, chest. Oh, resistance though. And yeah, when you're doing the story, it's definitely something like there's a challenge, because you don't have all the things unlocked. It's not as fast combat as on the other one, where you can just 1-2 shot everything. And it's fun. It's fun part of the game, the whole progression, the whole leveling system. So I'm gonna go more ferocity. For the passives, I'm probably gonna get this crit chance score and this one. I think I need to go this way somehow. How do I go that way? Maybe through here? No. Well, shit, I have no idea where to go. Maybe this way I have to go around. Yeah.
There's more and more of them. This is getting out
Legend
of hand.
33 Unicorn, Legend 33 Choco,
Hello
Legend
Deadpool,
33
Deadpool's
Unicorn,
Army,
Legend
nice to
33
see you
Choco.
again, dude. Welcome to my stream again. How have you been? I decided to do a little bit of story mode because the viewers were interested and I'd rather show them some. Why not? So there's a cutscene. We're asking about cutscenes.
He was behind us. Where did he...
Would you bloody shut up and listen? Go check.
Why me?
Just go. Oh no.
Coward. Edric!
My. Look who's paying us a visit. I missed you, brother. I'm glad you survived that mess down there.
So am I. You've seen Val? Edric, have you seen her?
Yes.
Did she talk to you?
She did. She pleaded your case to me and Malis. Your strange condition, the surges of witchcraft, everything. We wanted to bring this to Father, but Malis had lost her mind after seeing you transform. Sending an Alistair to get you back, Valeria stood in her way.
She's all right.
Just detained for now. But Malis might want to make an example of her. She's kept with our prisoners of the Brotherhood of Dawn. Come now. We have to meet Father. Only he can keep Malis in check and make things right.
Alright. So this is our bro, Edric. Or was it Eldrick? Edric without the L, okay. And yeah, we have to try and maybe save our sister. I forgot whether we could save her, whether she dies, but I'm not gonna say it even if I knew. Even if I remembered, because it's been a while. When I did it last, it was in the summer. Just quickly checking if this is better.
This demon we crossed is crushing these lands.
I doubt the demon alone is behind this. As powerful as they are, this amount of power is unprecedented.
He's not alone. We found out that a whole cult is with him.
Oh,
The
there's
cult of
elites,
the
let's go
Sleeper,
get
they
them.
call themselves. We don't know what they want, though. That demon, did you get his name?
I wish. I just got his rage.
If only we would have taken him together.
Tell me about it.
Some level ups on some skills. Let's see if I can get some more modifiers. So yeah, when we start we do not have everything unlocked, and while leveling you're gonna have to make some choices until everything gets leveled up.
Another earthquake. Get ready.
Okay, this one didn't want to die from my attacks.
Two red
Oh,
would be
chest.
nice.
It would be, but but I don't have it. I do not have it. But it's gonna be too easy if I get the turret, really. It's gonna be too easy. And even if I get it, I still need to level it up to get it to be as effective as it can be. What's the chest here? And all those chests, while you're doing the story mode, those chests matter because you can get some good stuff from them. Whereas when you're doing the end game content, those chests most of the time give you some kind of junk. But here even a yellow item might be an upgrade for me. Even a blue item could be an upgrade for me in this mode.
So I take it we won the battle against the Brotherhood of Dawn.
We did. Their
Okay,
camp is burning
let's
as
put
we
them
speak.
together.
Did they fight well?
Not well enough. Taking the flank left them no chance to rally and push us back.
Where's our camp?
Nearby. We're packing up and ready to leave. Stormfall wouldn't be too happy if they found a Republican army near their borders.
Oh, trust me. Stormfall has much worse to worry about with
There's
tormented
Flurry,
souls
okay, and
roaming the
then Iraq.
countryside.
No, I can't attack them up close yet until I level up the skill some more. So those parts, I think those zones could be added into the end game zones. Because look at that, this is such a nice map area. Some camps of the flayers or whatever they're called. And knowing that we've only seen, in the beta we've only seen the Act 1 enemies in the end game content. So there's gonna be 2 more acts with their own enemies to fight. So there's gonna be a lot more variety regarding what map you get, what enemies. There's gonna be so much more new zones to explore in the end game. So currently, even if the end game maybe might feel a bit stale, at the moment when the game launches, there's definitely gonna be a lot of variety in the biomes and areas that we fight. Chip topaz and the level up. Okay, learned some new stuff. So, do I go for spell damage now? I want to see something. If I were to do this, I can get some. What's this? Oh, that's the defensive. So if I were to do this again, I have to go for this one. And this one can be changed. Let's try it like that.
Remember the Battle of High Peak? You mean the slaughter of High Peak? Aye, we were down to the 3 of us with Val. Outnumbered 10 to 1 with no escape route. The final stand of the Children of Hemlock. It was a close one. Yes.
Why the nostalgia, though?
You're
That
hearing
night,
some
the
story.
3 of us swore to always keep each other's back.
Background of the
No
characters.
matter the odds.
No matter the odds.
Yeah. I meant every word of it and still do. I don't care what kind of curse has fallen upon you, I won't let Maylis get in your way, brother. The only judgment I acknowledge will be the one of Hemlock.
Well, I'm not gonna spoil here, but yeah, that that sounds too good to be true, doesn't it? Let's see here. Corp leveled up, still I need some more levels on it. Arctic Spear leveled up. Okay, we're already full in a way. Yeah, I'm not gonna pick up too much
The
more.
remains of the Brotherhood of Dawn's camp is north of us. No matter the odds! No matter the odds!
No matter the odds. Okay. Okay.
They're relentless.
Some more.
Come at us, curs!
So a nice little ambush here. Kind of didn't go as they planned though. Alright, what's next? Big guys.
Come to me, little pups. I will carve your
Oh,
flesh
shit, I
and wipe
forgot that
my
there's more.
arse with your Republican skin.
Nairwalk. Shit, wrong direction. I'm gonna have to drop some blues. And I wanted to check Arctic Spear. Okay, we're good to go for this.
I know that smell. We're burning the bodies. No choice.
Back to the town. And let's check all the wood that we got.
Bodies to fuel its ranks.
I mean, a lot of
We
it
should
is
find
gonna
them
get
while we're
sold.
here.
Definitely,
Stormfall is
this one
filled
and
with
this
future
one.
cadavers.
You know as well as I do that Stormfall refused the Republican Protectorate more times than I can think of. If they want to fight alone, let them die alone.
They're not simpletons. Their sovereignty would die with Republican troops keeping their lands for them.
Everything has a cost. Now is the time for them to earn their sovereignty or die trying. The Purifiers are going home. We are going home, brother.
Seven agility. That was a nice item, by the way, back then. Move speed. I can no longer use arrows well if I use the dagger, but it's a huge DPS boost using the dagger compared to the pistol. Especially when I can get special gems, but let's not get special gems. Let's not get high level gems from my warehouse, because it's gonna make things too easy if I start socketing with the max level gems. Although I do have 2 spare sockets and I can get some gems if I want to, but let's not. I don't think this ring is worth equipping right now. This one though, I can see this one changing that one. Unbalanced or malfunctioning. Alright, let's see what she's got for sale. Oh, Blade Storm, I want this. If I want to be spinning to winning, I've got some of the spells I need. Going for a projectile build, but might as well level up Blade Storm while playing the other things. So let's see, what do I need to do now? Go back here. Oh wait, that's not the way. That is not the way.
That one still lives. Finish him.
Wait! I won't beg for mercy.
Aurora Knight Cowhat.
But before you finish this, you have to know.
I'm loving the artwork,
Know what?
the design of armors in this game.
We tracked an unholy procession from the cult of the Sleeper all the way to the coast of Rex. But a powerful magic shrouded their final destination. Soon after, when the Threer crisis began, we made an agreement with Merchant Prince Damascus that we would handle the cult of the Sleeper while he protects the population from the Threer. We made camp and studied the signs.
The surges from below.
Yes, they're gaining strength, whatever is causing them.
Those cultists. What do they want? Did you learn anything?
We were preparing an expedition to find out. Below Stormfall, our scouts had just found a necropolis that runs deep beneath the earth. Something is hidden there. But the Republican assault ruined our chances to help the city. Stormfall is doomed.
I've heard enough. Your judgment awaits,
there
brother.
goes
No more delays. Let's go.
the knight. Alright, let's go there. Green buffs, more open zones. I'm loving this artwork
We
as
made
well.
camp on the other side of this grove.
Best game.
Hello Drak, welcome back, nice to see you again. And as you can see, I'm doing a bit of story. I'm showing some story gameplay for my viewers for request, and
Nice.
I'm having fun as well. I haven't played the story that much recently, so why not show a bit of it. And I can do overlay map on this zone. Thankfully on some zones you can do it even in the story.
There's no point arguing whether or not he will make the right choice.
Oh, not
He
speed.
saved our lives and gave us purpose. If he believes that you betrayed that purpose, it's his
Pardon?
prerogative to end you.
Can you
Just
not
like that.
hear me?
He wouldn't bat an eye.
Trust me, I would be devastated. But
I
would
tried
I
to
not
mute
ask
and
for
mute
it.
just in case.
and so should you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, easy for you to say. It's not your neck on the line.
Don't speak like that. There are worse fates than death. And dishonoring the judgment of the man that made you who
That
you
is
are
fine.
is one of them. His ruling will clarify
I'm not
everything.
expecting
You
everyone
just
to be
have to go
typing.
through Maelys.
Working is nice. Even I work in streams every now and then and just watch without talking. Working is fun sometimes. If you just wanna chill, sit back and just watch from distance. Waistcoat, let's see if it's better. Wait, oh, it was not a belt. I thought it was a belt. This one with ferocity seems like an upgrade for me. Cooldown reduction, tempting. Tempting. Toxic damage to attacks, not worth it yet. Bladestorm already got a level up. So yeah, gonna level up this Bladestorm. Maybe do some spin to win setup later. For now I'm going for the projectile stuff. And just keeping the Bladestorm as a means to just level it up easy. Level 11. Material damage and toxic damage. This is gonna be damage boost for me. Yep, as I expected, a damage boost. Going for the damage setup at the moment. Not gotten helmets in a while. My fireball leveled up. Let's see this chest. Give me some good yellow stuff. Don't want to lose that material damage. Slayer's Fury to be sold. I'm not sure which way to go. I think it's this way. Yeah, it's this way. Okay. That
I
should be
see you have
Maylis.
brought back the fugitive.
I came of my own accord.
That's good.
Look at her
Take
sword.
him.
I want her
Stand
sword.
down, soldiers. You have no authority to judge him alone. Only Grand Inquisitor Hemlock can.
Do not question my orders, Edric. I won't be as forgiving as I was with your treasonous sister. I won't make the same mistake twice.
What do you mean?
Some Brotherhood of Dawn prisoners broke free and escaped. Valeria was among them. We're preparing for the hunt.
Look, Valeria's mistakes are hers and hers only. He, on the other hand, has always been loyal to us and the Republic. Do not treat him like those curs you sentenced to death by the dozen.
Ah! Take them both! Prepare the gallows!
Enough! Stand down, Maylis. I will take it from
He's got
here.
the same sword as
Grand
her,
Inquisitor.
just bigger.
Let us walk.
The gun sword.
These tricks, powers of yours, how did they manifest?
They just appeared. Something unlocked within me. Look, I know how it seems, but I assure you, I didn't bargain with demons.
Inquisitors know better than to believe words.
Inquisitors maybe, but you're more than that. To me, at least.
See if anything good dropped. 23 material damage. With wisdom. Alright, an upgrade. Let's talk more.
Let's assume I believe you. What did you expect by coming back here?
Only what's right for Valeria and I.
I cannot afford the political cost of sheltering you, but I can give you another chance at survival, another chance to serve mankind far from these lands. You will leave for Stormfall at once, and live as an exile by taking the first boat to the city of Gomorrah. Among the pariahs of the world, you might not be noticed.
Even if I do, what of Edric? What will you do with Valeria? She was just evading Maylis' frenzy. She is still loyal to you in the Republic.
No! Your path isn't theirs, not anymore. Even my influence couldn't save Valeria. Her fate is sealed. Accept it as I must.
She deserves more than being chased and put down like a dog. I hoped you would not have been so cold for once. But you never cared, did you?
I risk my political survival by talking to you. I should have killed you on the spot. Do not dare to presume to know my feelings. Let's make this very clear. You will do as I command. If you ever cross paths again with the Republic, or if you ever look for Valeria, you will forfeit this chance. Now go. This track will lead you back to Stormfall. Farewell, my child.
So see, not the turn of events our dude was expecting. Now let's pick something good. Cooldown. $15 cooldown, and this one is 18 cooldown. I really don't need the cooldown that much, not on this setup though. What am I wearing right now? I can't see what I'm wearing. Oh, I'm wearing this one. 5 ferocity. Oh, I can sacrifice some damage and get some cooldown probably.
SS.
Let's get this one.
There is no giving up on family. No matter the odds. Right, Val?
Oh, this has a socket.
Damascus. You will help me find her.
Let's remove this socket from the gem. I mean, remove this socket from the dagger. My bad. So, I want that ferocity here. Oh, there's some yellows here. Let's see if there's anything good. Fat damage, 2 attacks and spells, and this one has no fat damage but 20 crit damage. So nothing that grabs me instantly. Alright, let's go sell. Let's... Oh, Aether Jump, just what I wanted. Let's learn everything we can. Oh, I already have Aether Jump. Never mind then, I'm gonna use it. Instead of Havoc Orb maybe? Let's use it. So I'm not gonna take my gems. As I said, I have a lot of gems here, but I'd rather not take them. Might make things too easy. Oh, this has a cooldown? I never knew that this Q had a cooldown. Maybe I've got so much damage with cooldown reduction in my other build that this one doesn't
I
have
know
one.
of your deal with the Brotherhood of Dawn, but I'm sure by now you've heard that they've been crushed by Republican purifiers.
I have the report, yes. The hour is bleak, champion. So, what brings you to the palace?
I'm looking for someone fleeing with the remaining brothers. I ask of you for your scouts' help.
I have ways to locate their position and track them, but I don't really see why I should spare precious resources on your behalf at this darkest hour. I need every man I can muster against the Spherir, and even more now that the cult of the Sleeper has revealed itself.
Nothing comes for free, my lord. So let's strike a deal. The Brotherhood was preparing an expedition into a necropolis below Stormfall. They believed it would lead them to the cult of the Sleeper's destination, key to understanding the phenomenon and stop it. I will finish their job in exchange for your assistance to locate
Bargaining,
my friend.
eh?
Such audacity. I would tell you and your bloated ego to jump off the city walls. But if anyone can indeed spot such behavior, it is you, champion. Very well. I accept. Reach the smuggler's path through the sewers on the way to the lower rings of the city. I pray that you find the answers we need before this crisis engulfs my city.
Alright, and so it goes. Oh wait, it's this way. Yeah, I'm loving the design of this town.
For the ninth time, no harm.
Sphere overflowing. I wouldn't go in there if I were you.
Good thing you're not me.
Not this way, maybe?
Not my.
Aren't you ashamed?
Oh yeah, it's this way.
The smuggler's path must be over here.
Things are getting out of control.
Losing control.
Oh, there's gonna be fun here.
Gens.
Interjump, getting power level quickly. You gotta delve deeper and deeper. He's gonna push through. One more level of Aether Jump and then I can equip what's its name, a modifier. Something yellow. Please surprise me with something good. Not too bad. this increased projectile damage. Maybe later I can move away from it and stop playing with projectiles. Although there's gonna be just 1 more hour of streaming, so we'll see how far I can take the story in this 1 hour. And tomorrow I can try and stream some Torchlight Frontiers, because some people were interested to know more about the game. And it's gonna be better to just play Torchlight Frontiers while explaining how some of the things work, and maybe it would be a bit of Torchlight Frontiers and a bit of Wolcen. Or a bit of Torchlight Frontiers and a bit of Chaos Bane, because might go back to Chaos Bane as well for a bit. We still don't have any news about when Chaos Bane would release the next character. But 2 days ago we did release the 5th act for PlayStation and Xbox, which came to PC right before the Christmas holidays. This is a nice two-hander, by the way. Kinda badly synergized, because it gives us material damage %, but it gives flat shadow, which is categorized as a code. Okay, I'm loving this movement speed. Let's try and keep it.
A chilling breeze coming from the depths. Soul magic. The necropolis. No turning back now.
Omnistar Amulet, just what I wanted. All attributes. But the one I've got is too much ferocity on it. 13 ferocity and rend damage flat to attacks. If only it was a yellow one that I got now.
This is the tail end of the unholy procession that went through here. The cult of the sun.
And level 12. Let's spend some points. Spend some points here. And spend some points here. That extra crit damage, perfect. New boots. A lot of toughness with those. And 1 extra stamina point, okay, I'm sold. If there's 1 extra stamina point this early in the game, it's gonna give me some extra mobility. Oh, I'm swallowed by those spiders. And it doesn't show up on my debuff buff bar, so that's strange. Let's see here, give me... never mind. Take it. Maybe it might be good. Currently, you never know which blue would be good when leveling up. Sometimes it's good to do some of that though, some of that experience of being a newbie. And being happy even when you find a blue and yellow item. Cooldown, elemental damage. Well, I do a lot of elemental damage. So I'm wondering if it's better to go for the elemental rather than material one. Ooh, wow. So I just want to quickly check my elemental damage. Toxic and physical are my highest. Ah, frozen. Let's keep moving. Oh, wait, we have this one.
Sulfur smell. Soul spawn. There's a
We have
fully
the
fledged demon down
spin to
there.
win now.
A demon. Just for me. I should never have come here. Alone. What was I thinking?
It's perfect for when leveling up, by the way. Having a spin to win setup while leveling up is definitely something that could give you some mobility and speed clearing trash mobs.
What now?
Oh, it's this one now.
Oh, they warded the way down. Bastards.
Only torment and oblivion await down there. It might not be too late to return to the warmth of the surface. Find a new life. Forget about this foolish endeavor.
Like we will.
Something is in my head. I must break the pedestal before I lose it.
Okay. So be it.
What are you trying to achieve? You are too weak to succeed. A pointless death will accomplish nothing. Free yourself from the guilt. You owe them nothing.
Let's go this way. Oh, there's one more here. Never mind. And then two more on this side.
Where is Val? Is she dead? You have been further than any of them.
Level
You
13.
would understand if
sure what I wanna get with the other passive points at the moment. I mean, I do want to get rage-based damage, and this extra, what was it? Where is it actually? Is it here? The rage per generation on Q. Probably shouldn't take this route and maybe go this route. Yeah, shit, I messed up. Well, I'm gonna fix it later. For now, I'm far away from it anyways.
The protective dome is ruptured, and the dark whispers have stopped.
Yeah, Manic's water is kind of okay.
The way down is clear.
Pick up, especially for the rage generation on kill. Ferocity and toughness. Losing damage. Code damage. Right. So I need to go down there. Ah, frozen. Let's go back to the town to sell. Okay, this might work. And back there, in the necropolis. Oh, that's a juicy one. It's a one-handed. I won't be able to use Phantom Blades if I swap the dagger for a mace. There's one more here. Oh, and a chest. Okay, let's keep moving. I'm not gonna do those elites there. Just gonna keep pushing through. Or maybe I need to. No, I don't. Thankfully. See, I'm loving those zones. I wish we could see more of those in the end game modes. This this necropolis part, I think we do have those procedurally generated with similar aesthetics, similar biomes, but they do feel kind of different than those. Alright, getting close. I can't use the overlaid map on this zone. Some zones really don't allow me to do it on the story. Did he die? Oh, he's still alive. I'm getting close to the next level. Oh, there's a chest. Wait. Give me yellow. Two-handed hammer. Oh. Toxic and crit damage. No material damage though, no attack speed, no attack crit chance score. Wait, was that a two-handed? Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be a big fight here probably. Where's the elites? There should be at least one or two of them. I would have placed elites here. I mean, if I were to do that, I would have placed some ambush from elites or whatever. It's like a big, good open space right before the next stage. Seems like the perfect place to place a nice elite or boss fight encounter or whatever. Let's go quickly to the town. Code damage. More code damage. This is tempting to switch to this one or to this one. I'm gonna keep that here. And as I said, I wanna respec. I'm gonna get those with the next level. Wait, was I in level 3? I think I was in level 3. Yeah.
across
At
this
MCS_Darkburn now following.
Hello MC's Darkburn, welcome to my channel, dude. Nice to have you here on Mixer. Thank you for the follow, really appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your stay. As you can see, I've kind of stopped doing the farming I was doing earlier, and I'm doing a little bit of story mode for the people here. So it's kind of a weird setup. I'm doing a hybrid projectile based damage with a bit of spin to win for mobbing. Just because the spin to win is such a great skill, the blade storm is such a great skill for WoW leveling up. And I also like projectile skills for when it's boss fight time and I need to burst them. If I find a unique that gives me projectile damage and melee benefits from projectile damage, that's gonna be perfect for this hybrid setup. Oh, and movement speed, perfect for when we're spinning to do some more winning. Ah! No. Stay away. Ah, frozen. Alright, he burst. Bursted. Oh, broadsword. That might be a good one. Fire and Tater with attack speed. Nothing too fancy is dropping. Alright, let's go back. So the knowledge I have now definitely is helping me when leveling up, because before, when I was doing the story for the first time, I barely knew much about the passives. I mean, I didn't know how it used to work before in the alpha. I didn't know how it used to work in the first stages of the beta before content update 1. But after the rebalancing that came with content update 1 and the rebalancing with content update 2, now again playing over the past month or so, playing with some builds, I do think this is a great way of leveling up with some projectile damage and some spin to win stuff. Because it doesn't require good gear to shine this setup. This setup can be fine even with some junk gear while leveling up. Code damage. Well, I'm not doing much of code. Not right now. But this ferocity, it's tempting. Just wanna waste all my rage. Okay, now let's see. Barely any change. What about this? I can do it like this. Hopefully it doesn't affect me that much with this cost reduction that I'm losing. Storm leveled up once again. see this buff. Oh, damage buff. Enter chest. Shield. Battle mage. Oh, fuck, not the freeze, not the freeze, not the freeze. Shit. That's so close. Well, worth the fight though. Worth the fight. Let's see. More damage. All right, let's check. Getting close to the next level. This is another nice layout, another nice zone that I would like to see with those caverns in the necropolis that I would like to see in the endgame modes. Because currently we don't have this. We have some necropolis layouts, but they're pretty basic. It's not the good parts of the necropolis that were taken for the procedurally generated maps. Frozen, very tight space. Would have had an elite ambush here. Cooldown. Alright, let's lose some ferocity and get some cooldown. I can get some ferocity from this one, losing some stamina and toughness. That might be worth it. Get that damage going.
The necropolis itself is freezing.
Give me good wood. Let's see.
Now, the devourer shall feast on their soul. Come now, let us greet the interloper.
I can't unlock it. Maybe I need to fight him before I can unlock this, or it's a bug, one of the two. Oh yeah, I have to kill him.
You have come a long way to find death, and death you have found.
You are but a pawn. Who do you serve?
I suppose letting you grasp at hints of truth before taking your life is the least I could do. We do not get many guests around here. The deads can be dull sometimes. Anyway, my master, you ask? His envoy, Udai, led us here.
What for? What's behind that gate?
Quite the thing, isn't it? The structure behind this gate is as old as the world itself, created by our makers, the Primordials. A shame that you will never get to see it. Not while you're alive, that is.
We'll see about that.
The sleeper is merciful. You will serve, even the dead.
that?
All right. Aether Sacred. There's no dagger option. That sucks if there's no dagger. I'm gonna need the pistol for skills like this one. So where did my pistol go? There it is. Oh, I should have equipped this one in the... I'm gonna put it later in the weapon. Oh, large health potion.
This is where they come from.
No, no, don't. Did not see them. Why can't I do damage with my Blade Storm? Okay.
As old as the world itself.
Oh, and I need to get this waypoint finally. Oh, I've already taken it. Well, let's go to the town then. Perfect time. So... now I'm wondering what to get. And I'm probably gonna be getting the Rage and Willpower. Tempting. I mean, my spells would be stronger, my other stuff wouldn't be. But let's get it, because it's flat damage. I'm gonna keep the other one just in case. And here... it's gonna increase my attacks, so might as well, just to balance things out. And now... I want to do something. I want to get the flat damage for my weapon. No! Flat damage for my weapon. Ferocity here. Oh, might as well put that... doesn't matter where I put it, I guess, for now. Not gonna be doing Chaos, so let's do defensive. and a level up here. I'm gonna do that for bursting rather than sustain. Now it's the primordial place. I wonder if for the next 20-25 minutes of streaming I can reach the end. Probably not, but we'll see. I can at least probably increase, kill that demon, the soul demon. You die or whatever he was called.
Those lights must represent the function of this place. Is this gigantic structure funneling energy? To where? For who?
And I can't use Blade Storm now that I'm using a pistol instead of a dagger. That means I'm gonna have to switch things up. Okay, what do I wanna use now? So yeah, that's how it is when you're leveling up. You use what you can. If you get better item that prohibits you from using a certain skill, you might wanna adapt. If the item is too good to miss out on, I'd rather slightly modify the setup and use that item like I just did with that pistol. Let's keep moving. I didn't see what this buff was. Might have been damage or force shield. Advanced movement speed, perfect. What's that? Walker relic? Is that yeah, it is an offhand. Getting Havoc Corp stronger.
I too work in the service of preserving the creation.
No, our stores.
Isn't that the purpose of your kind, guardians?
Lies. You serve only the madness of your amateur lord.
Why lie when truth is even sharper? Either way, you were created to serve, and serve you.
Yeah, those primordials created to serve. Wish we could get them to serve us. I want this badly, so I'm gonna level it up a bit more, make it more useful. How many points have I got on this one? I need 2 more levels to get that. Okay. Not much wood dropping here in this one. It's getting more in the previous zones in the necropolis.
Was foolish.
It gave Miss Youngs her chance. I die with pride.
Die? You are not to die. You are to fulfill your function. In service of the sleeper. Only one left to convert.
And that was that. What happened? Ah, there we go. Might as well put this here. Better than not using it anywhere. Okay. So, did this get a level up? Not yet. Might level it in the town later. Beefy. Come on, die. Oh, 2 yellows. See, when I'm leveling up, yellows are like a blessing from above. Getting my eyes all sparkly. Let's see this. Jump can be leveled up. Oh, this one. Oh, hold your horses, abyssal spawns. Okay, moving on. Shit, I really need that close range modifier for Havoc Orb. I wish that it would work in such a way that if we use one of those NRX that we already know, it would give XP to this certain skill. Would have been nice. One thing I've noticed is NRX also cost 100 of your level to sell them. So it's probably better while leveling up to save the NRX and sell them once you get some more levels. To get more out of them. Unless you urgently need them to level up a certain skill. So probably, yeah. Probably that's what I'm gonna be doing when the game launches. I'm gonna save the NRX that I already know, and maybe use them later on. But NRX are easy to find. Once you finish the story and you move on to endgame, they drop left and right. Come on, come on. Got a buff here. Good chance, score. Okay. Got the weakness unlocked here. Okay. The amulet is something that I probably might be interested in. Ooh, flat damage to attacks, flat damage to spells, and it's sacred actually as well. Losing ferocity, but it's fine. Cooldown reduction. More for shield. So overall this is better even though it doesn't have a socket. Transfer time definitely want that. Sacrificing ferocity but getting extra stamina. And yeah. Altogether a good combo. Alright, what's next? It's this way probably. I wish it showed me with an arrow the same way it shows when doing endgame content where the goal is, the quest goal is. How's Havocorp? Anywhere near the level? Oh, I think Havocorp is ready for this one. Okay, let's test it. Oh fuck, so much damage. Those are pretty mobile as well. Let's do it like this. Seems a bit easier that way. Thinking rather might be better to go for a rage potion. Because Havocorp is probably the main source of damage now when it comes to boss fights. I'm gonna have to go to the town in a bit. Level am I? 17. Alright, before we continue, quick stop at the town. I think next was a boss fight, and then after the boss fight I can probably end the stream. We're gonna see. So this one I'm selling, this one I'm selling. Oh, the blue stuff I'll sell. What might need some levels here if I want to spend some. Everything I'm using is kind of very high on the level. Right, let's go.
Even if we fail to stop you, one of the remaining primordials will come.
And who will it be? Hmm? The one drifting through the void? The insane one? Or maybe the one too busy to care? Did I forget any? Hear the sad truth, Miseonth. None of them are coming. You are alone.
So there's 4 remaining primordials.
Is poison.
If this one is one of them, and then there's 3 more.
With pleasure. But first, I must have a little chat with my future host. Come closer, vessel. Ah, a familiar face.
Have we met?
We did. You and I had an argument on that cliff. Alas, your friend intervened. How is Val?
You're the demon?
Leave while you can, mortal. Udai's powers are beyond you and I.
I fled once. This time I will do what I must. What do you want from me?
If you thought you had any importance in all of this, then I am sorry to disappoint. You are nothing but an entertaining speck. But since you are here, I guess you will make a fine host. I do fancy your powers.
Okay.
I can feel your soul's primal fear.
There is no one to save you now.
Alright, you die.
Free will is nothing but a burden for you.
Fuck, 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 fuck. Damn. Why can't I teleport right now? So where do I teleport? Okay, I can now. He was in a very bad place. Hard to attack him there.
If I can feel your soul's primal fear.
Free will is nothing.
Come on, move from there. It's a very bad spot without much room to pick up some distance between us.
Surrender your mind to me, and I shall grant you powers beyond metal. Together, we will be unstoppable.
Okay.
I made it. I banished a demon on my own. Damn. My powers are growing. And I still don't know what's causing them.
Such power is meant to be contained within a mortal shell. Unless...
Cool down.
Yes. I feel your potential. Something has unlocked it. But how?
What are you?
And now we're getting close to the final boss fight. I wonder if I can do it with this setup.
Created by the primordials to protect their structures from
Because I'm very squishy, barely any HP on me.
Without their guidance, we grew weak. I realize now that was inevitable. The cult of the sleeper tainted Anankis forever.
What do you know about this cult? The Abatu? What are they? That doesn't sound good. What do they want? What did they do to Anank?
They are using it.
I'm gonna skip this to avoid spoilers.
I must get to the core and stop this now.
You don't want that many spoilers here. And what I would prefer is... oh, wait. Am I seeing right a helmet with 2 sockets? I didn't know helmets can get 2 sockets. Maybe because it's a reward. That's why, probably. I'm gonna go for this one because it has 2 sockets and cooldown reduction. And here is where the final boss is, I think.
Banishing Udai didn't stop the haunting of this place.
I'm probably not gonna be able to do it because it's already 47 past midnight. But yeah, I think I showed enough of story for you guys to see, to kind of have an idea of what to expect when it comes to the writing of the team. So they've done a job to make a pretty compelling story, honestly. Not your typical stuff, and we've avoided some of the main spoilers here. And if I were to go and do the final boss, there's gonna be a huge spoiler. So I'm gonna stop it here. And thanks for watching, folks. I'm happy to have all of you here on Twitch, Mixer, YouTube. So keep it cool until next time, and tomorrow I probably am gonna do a bit of Torchlight, maybe some Chaos Bane or Wolcen afterwards, but I will do some Torchlight Frontiers for everyone. So again, keep it cool, and until next time, goodbye.